Hi, Namrata.
Vinod, we will be starting the panel discussion by 2:10.
2:10. Okay, I'll log
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
Do we want to stay here?
No. You can join it by 2:05. You can join it by 2:05.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ayya sir. Good afternoon, Arvind ji.
Good afternoon, Sharad ji. How are you?
I'm doing good, ji.
Ayar sir, good afternoon.
नमस्ते.
कैसे हो सर?
बहुत बढ़िया, फर्स्ट क्लास. सब फिट है ना? एवरीवन इज सेफ, फाइन.
Correct. जी जी.
क्योंकि आजकल पहला ये स्टेटमेंट पूछना भी पड़ता है क्योंकि सेफ रहना बहुत जरूरी है. होप ऑल हैव हैड एटलीस्ट सिंगल शॉट. वो वैक्सीन ले लिया होगा.
Yeah, I got both done.
I also got both. Yes,
Even
45 plus.
I got both.
Yeah, great.
लिंक बहुत लेट आया. मेरे को लग रहा था कब आएगा. फाइनली आ गया. वो एक दिन में इतना लिंक आता है ना, कौन सी किसका पता नहीं लगता.
True, sir. True.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ravi Kiran.
Good afternoon, Ravi ji.
Good afternoon, industry leaders. It is our pleasure to welcome everyone to the 40th Inflection Manufacturing IT Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. I am Namrata Kumara from Team Alden Global and will be the host for the day. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are joined by top technology leaders of India to make this conference an exciting communication platform for sharing best practices, roadmap to the future, and innovative technology solutions. The conference theme is Igniting Digitization to Change the Face of Manufacturing. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. We thank our silver partner, Neosoft Technologies. Neosoft Technologies is a CMMI level 5 certified global IT consulting and software solutions provider, headquartered in India and global offices spread in the USA, UK, Dubai, Germany, Japan, Australia, and Italy, with a worldwide network of officers, and 3,000 plus full-time engineers working across 8 delivery centers spread across an area of above 1 square feet, driving in an era of absolute disruption and triggered by new age technologies like AI, ML, edge computing, automation, etc. We partner with clients to strengthen their technology arms and become their reliable digital innovation partner. Now, I would like to start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is evolving role of CIOs, dismantling the boundaries between business and technology. Here I call moderator Mr. Ravi Kiran Avaru from Apollo Tires, Ranganathan V. Iyer from JBM Group, Sanjeev Kumar Jain from Krishna Maruti Group, Sharat Kumar Agarwal from JK Tires, Arvind Paul from Onamenda Group, and Vinod Khode from Veroc Group. I would like to call the moderator to start the panel discussion.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks for this opportunity for us, where we can share, as you said, some of the good and the best practices in manufacturing industries. So we will start this session now. Maybe I request our team members if they can introduce themselves and so that we can start the session. And once again, thanks to Ranganathan, who is from our JBM, Sanjeev Kumar, Krishna Group, Sharat from JK Tires, and Vinod is from Veroc Group, and Arvind is from Minda Group. Maybe you can share once again about yourself and what is the area you are looking into from IT side. So we can start with Ranganathan.
I hope I'm audible. Thanks for the opportunity. We are more focusing on IT/OT integration. You want me to introduce myself or?
Yeah, Ranganathan, yes. Introduce yourself and just
Namaste.
say. Yeah.
Namaste. I am from JBM Group. I'm the group CIO for this JBM Group. And we are into auto part manufacturing. We are into EV bus manufacturing, and then on to renewable energy like solar, waste to energy, and then we are into battery manufacturing. We are a very interesting tagline today. I'm happy to be part of this.
Thank you, Ranganathan. Vinod, can you share the?
Yeah. Hi all. Good afternoon. This is Vinod Khode. Ravi, I hope you're able to hear me okay?
Yes, Vinod, you can hear me.
Okay, thank you. So, name is Vinod Khode. I am the group CIO for Veroc Group, which is a tier 1 auto component manufacturer for a lot of OEMs in India and outside India as well. And we are primarily into manufacturing of polymer products and for metallic and also for electronic and electrical products for all two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers, both passenger and also commercial vehicle. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinod. Arvind, can you introduce
yourself? Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, sometimes the voice is feasible a little bit.
Yeah, so myself, Arvind, and I'm presenting Unominda Group. I'm responsible for the IT infrastructure and the security domain for the whole group. So I think everyone knows that we are a tier 1 automotive component manufacturer, and we supply almost all OEMs. And if I talk of particularly about myself, so I do have a total work experience of 21 years. So it has spanned across IT industry also and engineering industry also. So I have been into operations, delivery, security, cyber domain, and program governance also. That's all. Thanks. And I would like to say thanks to Namrata and Delden to give us an opportunity to for this platform where we can collaborate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Arvind. Maybe you have to check your internet. Sometimes the voice is not clear.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, Arvind. Sanjeev ji, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Myself Sanjeev Jain. I am the group CIO for Krishna Group. We are an automotive component manufacturer, giving you the seating comfort in the cars which you enjoy, and we give you the safety on the chassis which is being built over there. We have nearly 35 plants across India, and we'll be serving most of the OEMs in the market. Looking forward for all of you to listen to the practices you are following and tell what we are doing into the auto industry. Thank you.
Nice introduction, Sanjay. Your most economical industry and easy transport.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sharad, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Namrata, and for having me here. So I'm Sharad Kumar Agarwal. I'm working for JK Tires for almost 7 years now. So I work as CDIO, looking after both the digital, IT, security, all the initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sharad. I think it's a difficult task of handling the CDO as well as IT operations also. Good job.
Very true. Very
okay, true. Yeah. So we will start the session now. So we have some, we will discuss some key points today. The first point which we will discuss is on the bridging the gap between IT and business outcomes. Normally, if you see that CEO has to play the role between IT and business, and he has to see that what technology stack we need to enable for business, and what is that we need to consider for business to ensure these timelines are met, and we are giving a good rate of investment. So I don't know, for example, if I see from my experience whether rate of investment has to be set in every project, I don't agree with this, but sometimes the rate of investment also needs to be considered. So let us discuss on this point. I'll start from Vinod, and we will take some inputs from him. Then we will go to Arvind. Okay. Vinodji, maybe you can share. I think we are not able to hear you.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is the heart of the discussion is the evolving role of the CIOs. And then going into what Ravi was asking is how to ensure timelines and ROI and all are met while we adapt to the new trends and new technologies. It will be worthwhile to go and check how did we evolve and what force this thing is. So if you recall that we started with mainframes and then slowly the PC came and the client server architecture became more strong. So then we have client server applications, and most of us sitting here would have started with that. At least I started with COBOL Unix on a client server architecture in the 90s. So and then and all the way to the internet came, and then the browser became powerful, the e-business suite were added, then came the cloud, and then software as a service, which is a different ballgame as compared to what was as a application solution on client server. And now we are in a remote working. So imagine that this is a paradigm shift which has happened. So the same way of working and managing the project and keeping the timeline and keep trying to meet the ROI, what worked in 80s and 90s would not work. So definitely there has to be a change. And what has happened is earlier it used to be called as EDP manager and EDP department, and slowly then these roles of CIO, CTO, CDO, IT managers and all started getting added. And it was more just to make sure there is a segregation of duty and people have a focus. So all that happened. But at the same time, the way of managing the IT has also evolved and changed. And there were a couple of recent thing that has happened, which is actually that is something that we need to study. Is if you notice, there was an era when we were the IT people were producing the solution, and then suddenly, for example, the Excel sheet came and the finance department became strong user of Excel, and they were creating small application using Excel. Now even today, this is proliferating into your no code, low code applications, and the citizen developer is rising. See, so that is another, there's one big influence which is happening, where we have to change the way we are working. The RPAs, people are able to the business team themselves are able to produce their own RPAs. Okay, IoT solution are such that the IT provisions and the business themselves are able to like configure and start put a sensor and try to do the visualization. So that is one point. The other thing that has happened is the awareness of IT or the technology in the business and the CXOs and their downline is increasing. It's no longer that those things are hidden only with the IT. So the CXOs are aware. And top of that, the generation Z, which is going to come, the young generation who are all tech savvy, they are going to join there. So it's again going back to the first point that we will be there will be not IT producing the solution, but it will be also business becoming part of that solution development. And the last but not the least point, which is there, is the co-production. So if I talk about, I already talked about IoT, and we talk about machine learning. And machine learning works when you create the models. The models cannot be done only by the IT or the data science. It has to be co-produced by the SMEs. Suppose you are trying to do a modeling or trying to do forecasting for, say, airline industry and aircraft. The aircraft engineer is sitting with the data science person. They are both sitting together and creating this model. And then we are going ahead and doing this machine learning. So all these 3 points, so what I'm trying to say is that if we want to de-risk and try to do the project within the given timeline, budget, and also meet the ROI, we have to work very closely with the business people and co-produce. That is becoming the key success factor of that. And this is one reason why people who are using agile way of development, the Scrum, mostly in the product industry at the OEM level and also the big MNCs are successful in trying to meet their timeline. Because if you remember the Scrum, in the Scrum, the product manager, the product owner, he is the one person who is actually taking spot decision in the daily Scrum meetings, and he's the one who's actually deciding the sprints. So he's the business in themselves are ensuring the timelines, and that is why Scrum is the adoption of Scrum is increasing more. And then I talked about collaborative solution development, and then the basics that we always did, having a good project plan, having a clear RACI, which is responsibility, accountability, consulting, inform, the RACI matrix helps us to surface a lot of things front than trying to have this discussion later in the SDLC cycle, whether you're a Scrum or waterfall. Having those requirement change discussion at a UAT stage is very painful, and that's where you hit your timeline and budget and all that. And also that one more thing which has happened is both business and IT have to step towards each other. Business has to co-own the IT solution, and IT also has to start getting into the business domain and talk business language and understand the business fundamentals, because no longer we are doing development from scratch. Remember what Gartner is saying, by 2025, 60% and at least 65% of development will be low code, no code, which means we'll be configuring and fixing tools, which has already started happening. And at least in Veroc, we are doing a lot of low code, no code development. Initially started with IT. Now we are developing citizen developers within Veroc who can co-produce it. And then the last point that I will say is that self-provisioning is what is going to, it is going to empower the business team to produce and sit with IT and understand the IT pain point as well. And they will be able to appreciate this, which means that the overall experience, the business experience of the IT is going to improve, because they are no longer being somebody who is going to be outside the IT. They will be part of the team. And I think we'll be co-producing this thing. So this is what I wanted to say about your point, Ravi. Thank you.
Vinodji, very deep insights you have given for the first pointer which we have highlighted in this. I think the learning from your insights is the co-production or production of these applications along with the business is a very good point. Otherwise, normally if you see the biggest gap between IT and business is that business always says that if we go to IT, IT says that either they'll say they don't have manpower, and they say that they don't have a budget and they don't support us with a good technology. I think these points which you mentioned about co-production is one of the good area, and the self-provisioning where we are empowering business team and we are sitting along with them and developing the solution together. Otherwise, they just tell us. See, normally what happens is, with the due respect to this heads of the department from the business, they'll sit for 1 hour and they will tell what they want, and they expect us to deliver a big application with 1 hour input. So most of the times, this is my observation where they'll come for half an hour, 1 hour. They say, I want this. But if we don't sit together and develop a solution, it will not be a successful project. So very good insights from your side. Maybe just I want to again ask Arvind. Arvind, any other insights you want to share along with our what he mentioned?
Yeah, I think Vinodji has explained it very well, and he has given a complete history from the starting from traditional IT and strategic IT. So I'm not going to reiterate that again. I will just add on few things, and I think these are very practical things. Okay, so when we really talk about the projects, so every organization we deliver a lot of projects, and how to ensure the success of these projects. I think that's very, very important. I think these are the key aspects what I have learned from experience, because I have a lot of experience from the program management. I think it's very important in the beginning. So what I have experienced in the last 3-4 years in manufacturing, where we don't pay too much of attention on these things. First and foremost is scope clarity. The clarity of the scope is very important. At the very first beginning, you need to have a scope. Now, I understand it is not possible for businesses like us to have a detailed scope, but I think in the beginning, we can have a very high level scope, and progressively we can keep elaborating and have a low level scope. That's very important. Scope, first thing, having that documented and sign off from the customer. So when I say customer is my internal customer. I'm not talking about OEMs at this point of time. This is one point. Second, right choice of the stakeholders. I think that's very, very important. So we need to keep adding people who are directly or indirectly associated with the project. So stakeholder is second thing who we need to involve at the very first beginning. Take their expectations, understand their pain point, and stakeholders can be anyone. It can be from the customer also, because finally what you are delivering, the benefits, ROI, whatever is, it's reaching to the customer. So your customer also can be your stakeholder. That's very important, how to do the stakeholder engagement. That's the second part. Third, I think that's very, very important. What we miss actually, need to have an acceptance criteria. Because when you develop something, when IT develops something, you deliver a project. So at the end, there has to be some acceptance criteria. So whatever we define in the beginning, whether that was achieved, what are the key KPIs, what we need to achieve, what are the key metrics, what we need to achieve. So that everything needs to be captured as a part of your acceptance criteria. That was third. And fourth, I think that's very important, is the overall project governance model. So that has to actually start from your initiation till the end. Actually you have initiation, then you have planning, execution. So the governance part is very, very important. It has to start from the very first beginning till the end of the project. So there are multiple ways where you can actually govern a project in a very well-defined manner. You need to have checkpoints. You need to have your complete plan in place. How you follow the plan, how you do complete follow-ups. So that should actually come all in this project governance. So this is what I feel are the 4 key aspects where you can deliver projects within an organization. So it could be any organization, but these are the fundamentals, what I feel from the success of projects. But I think if these 4, at least we achieve 80%, we are very good, and we will have our successful project management. That's all what I can add.
Thanks, Arvind. the good point which you mentioned about is on the project governance. Acceptance criteria and other about UAT and all, not covered. But the good point is on the governance model. I spent more than 10 years with Toyota, so Bangalore. So like Toyota, is known for their best practices in governing the project, where process and procedures are well built. So we used to have this governance meeting every week, and that is called OVR. I think our Japanese counterparts knows this. And there is no PowerPoint presentation in this governance review meeting. We all stand. So around 25 to 30 members, depends on the project. We all stand on the near to the board, where we will project all these project status individually, module wise, or whatever, like screen, whatever we agreed on the model. We present it, and then and there only we will discuss the issues. And we will say that what is the issue, what is the risk which you are carrying out with this, and who is the responsible for this, whether this guy is acknowledged this issue happened, and what is the target date to resolve this. All this has to be discussed then and there only, that 1 hour meeting. So very beautiful governance model. We also used to put a rank schedule. A rank schedule is like it is monthly, weekly, and daily. So we used to put this like Gantt chart, but this is a little bit different, where if a top management comes and see this board, in 2-3 minutes, they'll be able to understand entire project sets. That is the beauty of these best practices. The monthly schedule is called rank A, weekly is called rank B, and daily schedule is called rank C. Maybe if anybody of our manufacturing guys who are there in the panel members, if they want to have these best practices, please contact me. I can guide them. I can ensure that they have established this governance project. This works fine. Even after joining in Apollo, I ensure that this model is adopted in our Apollo tires, and it is giving a good result and appreciated by management. So I think this project governance makes a very big role, which can be bridged between this IT and business. So that, see, business should not say that, I don't know this. I'm not aware of this issue. Is it 2 months delay? I'm not aware. Nobody called for me a steering committee. Nobody updated me. Maybe sometimes the stakeholders and management, they may see our mails, they may read, they may not read. But when we gather, anyhow, now it is a COVID situation, we cannot gather physically now. But once we, have this, when we come out of this pandemic, this is one of the best governance method which we have adopted. And this is a good discussion on this bridging the gap between IT and business. So coming to the second point, second topic.
Sorry, Raviji. No, you have talked about this, and I just want to add just a minute. So before joining Minda, I was with IBM, and IT companies do have project management on softwares and all that. So when I joined, so my CSO told me, go and see Obaya room. Okay. First of all, I didn't recognize what is Obaya. Then I searched on the internet, I thought, okay, this is Obaya as a Japanese word. And I got into this room. It was a big room, big charts. And then he told me, you follow the same model for your IT. So I got those red bindis, green and yellow, because you need to put across all these, which is going out of your timelines. And we follow that model for around exactly, we will have a standing committee, discuss each and every project. So that was something where you do a lot of connect with people. So I really, appreciate this industry where I learned this new thing. And because we were used to, project governance through software, but currently we are using a very well-established software, but that was something which is learning in a manufacturing industry, and people get connected. Your pain areas, issues, they are discussed in detail. I think that's a very good practice which is being followed. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting and not adding this thing.
No. I feel happy if somebody says about Toyota practices. It's really good. Maybe though I'm not there in Toyota, but I'm ensuring these best practices followed in other companies also. So as you said, that is a good learning for anybody. And coming to the second point on setting the right technology framework. So now we have discussed about how to bridge this gap between IT and business. Now we are going to discuss about what is the technology framework we should adopt? See, now that technology is evolving continuously and is very dynamic. And if you ask me, technology is the least important for business. They, as you said, I know for them, this project has to be delivered on timelines within the budget, and whatever the functionalities which they have requested us to incorporate in development, that has to be there. So that is what the business needs. But for us, it is a challenge for us because of the technology which is evolving continuously. What should be the framework? Anybody can discuss on this. It's an open topic now. I'll not ask specifically, but I'll share some of my experience and good best practices which I have done it in my company. See, what we have done is now if you see some of the legacy applications, they have their own front ending, they have the backend tools, they have their own interfacing. And differently, it is hosted in one cloud. Some of the applications are in native or on premises. So we had a mix and match of different applications, which is not easy to manage. So what we have done is we have developed a concept called one platform architecture. One platform architecture is something like go with one service provider or one cloud hosting partner. Either it can be anybody, it can be Amazon, it can be Google, it can be Microsoft. Go with them and bring your applications onto the cloud. That is one. Second thing, whatever microservices which we are creating, for example, I think Sharad also can vouch for this. For example, if I'm capturing the tire details, I will capture the tire details of this fleet owner, how many tires from the competitive product, what is my tire performance, this type of data. Once we have taken from this customer, we have created a microservices so that we can use these microservices in other applications. Tomorrow, I am developing an application for a commercial vehicle, CV fleet. But after 6 months or 1 year, four-wheeler passenger guy head will come back to me and say that he wanted to develop one more application, similarly like how I have developed it for a CV fleet. So creating of these microservices will help even to create very faster application for this four-wheeler guy. Or tomorrow, two-wheel guy, two-wheelers department will come. They'll say that I want this type of applications. So it will be easy for us if we create a microservices, put it or host it in the cloud, and ensure that these have proper interfaces. Maybe we can use our own API gateways, or we can depend on the guy who is developing for us. So that is another big practice. We have tied up with a TTL and developed a gateway, API gateway for us. But slowly now we are thinking to prepare our own gateway from an API point of view so that it will be easy for us to have an interfaces and see this redundancy of this database instance. So we are using only MongoDB, so we are not going other databases. So it is easy. We have many skills in the market, so that it is easy to troubleshoot if any application goes down, and easy to troubleshoot. So right technology is again dependent, as I said, right technology is dependent on the right or the application which we are developing it. If I'm developing an application which is based on AML, definitely a technology selection plays a crucial role. If I'm developing a small application where only data entry is there, maybe I don't need to evaluate a bigger technology for just to enter a data into the application. So technology role depends on the type of application which you are rolling out, and it is an open question. It's an open feedback. If anybody wants to share, they can share, or I can go to the next topic.
So one thing, Ravi.
Yes, sir.
So actually, earlier I was also of the same view as you have now, that we shall sort of decide on at least a platform, a database, which will be used majorly. But look, let it be MongoDB or anything else. But what's happening? The functionalities, the new features which are coming in the consequent versions or their competitive products keep on sort of luring you to adopt them. Means it's, I'll go a step back, means I was completely sold to the enterprise grade platforms, but now I am experimenting a lot with FOSS, free and open source and I'm not trying to keep myself bound to a platform. Yes, but still, what I'll say, whatever interacting apps who need to interact majorly, they shall be on the same platform. But if we see that there are multiple platforms, we shall keep on exploring them. And the other thing is, what is good today may not remain good tomorrow.
Yes.
So we need to parallelly start experimenting on the others, and the life cycles of these platforms for means this platform can be in-house, this can be on cloud or anywhere. So the life cycle is not decades, it's couple of years. So while working on one, we have to start evaluating the other also.
Absolutely, I agree with you on this.
I'll just like to add over here, I think so what Sharad and Ravi has talked about. That today, when we talk about the right framework, you cannot really say that which is the right framework to be adopted, because when we talk about a commercial application which is going to be used for years together in your organization, you really need to look for a very stable environment sort of thing, where you really need to see that your product doesn't conk off, the performance is there, the security features are there, and everything has to be put in place, so that the organization from a security point of view and from the customers invoicing point of view or anything should be taken care of it. But at the same time, as Sharath said, that you might have to really look into small time startup companies and other parts where you feel that the life of the application is going to be not very big. I take an example of this COVID particular thing itself. There was an immediate requirement for COVID monitoring of the things, how COVID guidelines has to be given to the things. In case we will really start looking into a stable platform things or one platform product, it might take time to develop it. But there were already applications available in the market for this particular things, which could be immediately rolled out, and the outcome can be immediate to the business, because that was an immediate requirement sort of thing. So I think so. Keeping the application life cycle in mind, we really need to see what fits into my budget and timelines, and then we should really immediately go for it, because certain things might die soon and certain things will be a long time asset for you. So I think that is what my work is. That is my personal opinion, and that is how I really work on my projects.
Sanjeev has a good input. I think we have to rephrase by saying that instead of saying a right framework, I think we should say appropriate framework for that time. I think
I'd like
that
to add and build on what Sharad and Sanjeev and Ravi you said. At least what I see is systems that we develop, maintain. We probably on a broader three categories: a system of records, which is crucial for keeping your business running, and that is your day-to-day. Like it gets the food on the table. And there is a system of differentiation, where you are trying to use a combination of system and develop something, and a system of innovation where you are trying something very new. So in the system of records, or the system which you keep for keeping the lights on the system, like your ERP, your basic WAN, or if you are using SD-WAN, then SD-WAN, your basic like antivirus that you have, you don't experiment and have different technology stack for it. You standardize and say, ERP, it is SAP. If you are on antivirus, I'm going to EDR base, it's CrowdStrike. If you are doing something else like your, but see, if you go for example of BI, I can at the same time have ClickView, also have Power Apps, Power BI, and Tableau. I can take that risk, but you cannot take the risk on the system of record. So as Sanjeev and Rashid were saying, that you can try and have variations on the layers which are quick to develop. It's like that concept of try fast and fail fast. So you try, and as Sharad said rightly, that unless you try out, you won't know what is there in that, and how do you compare with what is available. And all of these have a life cycle. So something today, what Sharad is good, it not may be good. So you try fast, fail fast, and you can do those experiment in those layer of system of innovation and system of differentiation. But you keep your system of record as technology stack which are defined and stay within that. I think Ranga wants to say something.
Yeah, because I have a very different view on this, because we have to see the maturity of that business, number one. Number two, whether that business has got more technology available on I will illustrate with examples. When I am talking about auto parts component manufacturing, it is 35 years plus business. Intervening technology into that has got many pain points. When I'm talking about solar, the 500-acre solar farm which I have only 15 people to do the maintenance part. What I'm trying to convey here, whether the support system is contributing to see what is possible so that a business can get the advantage. What is good for auto parts component may not be that suitable for OEM. What is good for these two may not be good for my EV infrastructure, where I'm trying to manufacture battery and then charging stations. Because the dynamics or the kind of approach in the electronic industry functions as compared to the auto engineering related, mechanical engineering related functions. So we have to see 3 points. Number one, how much legacy you carry. Number two, whether the support system is contributing to your decision-making power, because if it is not supporting, you may not be in a position to do that. The third one is the approach which we are trying to follow. Although it is looking very vague, because depending upon business, the approach also needs to be tweaked to suit the requirement of the business goal. Thank you.
Okay, Raja, I think you said
Ravi, I just want to add one thing. I think a lot has been spoken about this, but I will just go one step backward. And I think this is something what we have done, and this is a practice I should share across the. So I think the first and foremost, you need to have an enterprise architecture in place. That's very important. So we have rather developed an enterprise architecture based on the GAP model. And this architecture actually, it is not only IT and technology architecture. This has to be mapped with the business processes, rather framework, I will say. And this is what we have done. We have tried, but maybe this is not 100%, but we have tried. And this is all driven with our group vision and goals. So if you see, there's a complete flow from group vision goals, business process, and then technology architecture. And these three, after these three, we were able to come up with the 3-year, 5-year strategy. So I think Vinodji has been talking about whether you need to have a Tableau, ClickView, whatever. So those all things come into my 3 and 5-year strategy. So I will devise, okay, these are something which I need to do based on the mapping of group vision goals, business process workflow, and my enterprise architecture. And enterprise architecture is across applications and infrastructure. I think that's very important. When you need to have, in this diversified environment, you need to have an enterprise architecture. That I think if you are not doing, we should start doing that. Thanks.
No, that is very good point, Arvind. Having enterprise architecture aligned with the business process. Otherwise, if their business process is not clear, and if these are not revamped, and whatever technology which you bring and put it in the system, it will fail. So, for example, currently I'm doing the manual replacement of some tire. If I'm taking it 10 days, if same thing 10 days, if I can minimize with an application to 3-4 days, it is giving a benefit. Otherwise, if there is no standard business operating procedures, then it is not an easy job, though we bring the cutting edge technology to the company. Okay, very good insights on the second point, which were discussed on appropriate technology framework. Let us go to the another topic for today's discussion. Is on the dynamics of the technology introductions. Because though we bring a very good best practice, best technology in the world and in our company, but with the time this is getting changed, and we see a good amount of dynamism in the technology part. So let us discuss on this part on how to ensure this when there is technology getting changed. Again, we have to have a huge capital investment. Again, time taking and all. So let us discuss on these points along with this, how to improve this productivity with this dynamics of this technology, as well as we maybe if anybody can throw some light on the change management, because continuously this technology is getting changed. How we should ensure this change management is adopted without any problems. So I'll go to Arvind and I'll take his opinion on this. Arvind, you are on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So I will first go with this last point you talked about, change management. Okay, I think this is a big challenge, change management. For what IT is doing, now we have plenty of softwares, tools. There's a big laundry list when I talk about now. Currently, we have huge data. So there's projects going on RPA, AI, data, cloud. I think the challenge what we are facing, and currently, I think this is some big challenge we are facing, that people, the users, they don't want to adopt the change. That's very important. Another, we as a team, we as a business team, along with the business team, we need to see how this adoption will happen. So what we have seen, three things should be done where we can get these changes, change management absorbed within the users, because those are the people who will actually use and who will reap out the benefits. So we are just enablers actually when you say IT. So first thing is keep on continuously communicating about the features, about the benefits. So keep on irritating the people with your communication. So don't think that I'm sending a communication and they are just deleting the emails or whatever ways, but you need to keep on communicating. And you need to keep on awareing people through trainings. That's very, very important. Trainings are very, very important. We have seen within our organization, the people have started adopting to this change with awareness and training. And third thing, which is very important in organizations like manufacturing, you need to have a sensitization which is coming from the management. Until unless a sensitization, a management representative doesn't sensitize the people, because you have plants, then you have a very diversified organization model. So the management at the top need to sensitize people. This is something which you need to start working. And I'm sure this is happening. This has happened in the past for the last 1.5 years now. People start reaping the benefits. The ROI starts coming when you actually start using the tools, the different development platforms what our IT creates. I think that's important things what should take from the change management and adoption point of view.
Okay, one good point from your view is on sensitization from the management side. I think that is the biggest, or many people will face the hurdle where we may feel that people will not adopt these changes. I will share one example. After that, in Canada, in India, we started implementing security guidelines, information security guidelines. So this is like a worldwide. Our task is given to Toyota Kirloskar Motors India also. There are 156 guidelines which are called as all Toyota security guidelines. Every country in the world has to implement security guidelines. Some are at some maturity level, some are at a higher level maturity, some are at a lower maturity level. But when we wanted to implement one control like blocking USB, okay, there is a huge resistance which we have seen that how you can block USB. These guys, these security guys, they come, they block all this USB, they block CD, they block DVD, everything they block. So there is big noise which was created, and people are not ready to accept this USB blocking, because till now we are comfortable with having a USB transfer huge data without anybody's permission. And we are all in automobile industry. Our designs are patented, and we have our unique selling points. Data can go out, information can leak. So when we went and told this to our management, where that day I met a deputy manager called Takashi-san. He said, Ravi, what is the problem? Sir, this is a USB blocking. So he asked us, what is the different ways of transferring the data within the company? See, in the name of security, you should not you should not create a problem for the users. Business should not stop. Then we said, though we are blocking USBs, we are giving a file transfer between one system and another system. We are giving a file server. We are providing a cloud storage, and we also said that for a couple of departments, critical departments, we are giving an encrypted USB drives. Only that particular system in the entire framework is open. He said, okay. Then he said, first block my USB. His name is, he's a deputy managing director. His name is Takashi-san. He said, please block. I said, sir, no. He said, please block. And confirm me back. So we blocked the USB. We confirmed him. Then he said, you go and tell that my USB is blocked. We have blocked MD's USB drive or USB access. Now you start telling people, if anybody wants to open the USB, I will give a permission. Out of many thousands of people, he said, I will take this responsibility. If anybody wants a USB drive access, I will please ask them to send a mail. Do you feel that anybody sends a mail to MD? If there is a genuine case, that's a different story. IT will support, as I said, different mechanism. So that is a change management which was just done from a top to down. And management is also very sensitive on certain controls. So good point which you highlighted. Now, maybe I can ask Ranganathanji whether what is your opinion on this dynamics of this technology change and change management?
See, change management I'm not going to touch upon because if you touch the change, it is going to pain everybody. It is as simple as that. When you are trying to do something different, always you will have problems. But the dynamics of technology, it is not new now. See, if you look into any of the technology deployment, if you look into, if wherever you are going simple with the user, it will be more acceptable. So you have to see how business requirements are. Technology is helping the business requirement fulfilling with the easier way. That is only one answer which can solve all the what is the end user requirements should get concluded very easily. So that is one of the main important factor which is making things happen right.
Correct. I think that end user experience is mostly
all the dynamics will get close to if end user acceptance is that if you are doing something useful for that particular legally and as per policy, we should follow that process. It is not that we are going against what has been decided. If you do that, all the dynamics will take backseat.
Yeah, as you said, end user experience is again bigger topic where they all feel that IT is not
many examples are also there. You see, unless when you are trying to deploy any of the technology, for example, BA you take, they will see the report, they see the content, and then they will say that this report is wrong. They will never say the content is wrong. When you are trying to give that analytics report and provide them with some facts, boss, if you correct this will come right. So the other parties addressed automatically. So when you do that, things will change.
I think source of data is important, which you want.
Yes. No, that they also know, but instead of directly rejecting, they will try to consider the touch points, the facts. They will try to analyze and then come with the right kind of answer instead of rejecting.
Justification.
Yes, that we have to do. That's a sad story is that we being delivering the solution, there are certain cases we have to go out of our way to make this function right.
Okay, our services, though it is a thankless job for us, for others, but in the pandemic, I think many business people started appreciating. I don't know whether this change you have seen.
No, post-pandemic, the problem is the other way, because they also started learning technology. They come with more proposals than which goes out of our proportion. We also do not have that much of knowledge. I am very upfront. There are certain cases where some of the manufacturing person come with a simple idea that we could have never thought about it, flat directly. I say directly, yes, what you said is right, we will deploy, over. Otherwise, making things, the dynamics part, it is not only for technology, it is for both sides, for those people on the other side, the so-called technologists we think about. I have seen 7, 8 solutions comes with the manufacturing person because they think very different. Traditionally, we think differently. So they have given a really very good kind of inputs, rather not input the solution directly to the developer, which really eliminated most of the problems.
No, you're true actually. Even in our plants also, these youngsters who are working in the plant side, they are developing a small IoT projects. They're hosting it and they're going live. Sometimes they don't inform the IT also. One way it is good, one way it is bad, as you said. But yes,
No, I will tell you, give an example of Power BI. He collected data in such a way, built the Power BI himself. And the kind of development he has done, the so-called Power BI specialist could not do. He learned it from him.
So that is, I think that is another advantage of decentralizing this IT. I think most of us, because we all are from manufacturing industry, I think these are the difficulties or challenges which we face regularly. Now, one way we are taking care of IT, but other way, from operation technology point of view, they have their own systems. Sometimes some companies I've seen they have developed their own data center. They established the data center, and they hosted some applications of this PLC's machines. If something fails, they come to IT by saying that there is a failure. So that is another biggest challenge as a CEO. We need to take care of the balance between these operation technology.
I will give a small example for this. We talk about shadow IT.
Correct.
IT, OT emergence has created shadow IT, and the good part of this shadow IT is the knowledge base which we have not tapped is emerging very fast. If you are not in a receptive mode, they will go beyond. That is no doubt, because they are fresh in their minds, number one. Number two, they don't carry any legacy. Number three, if they fail, they have a backup of IT team making it operational. Have that freedom which we do not have. We have to understand this, allow shadow IT, try to co-create with them. Otherwise, our process of learning will get reduced.
Shadow IT is maybe we can.
I would like to add one point over here with Ranga's point of view that shadow IT is good for somewhere. Sometimes it is a pain also to you. But I would like to give an example of my organization. We used to have a IT and OT department separately running parallelly into the organization. And with the pandemic being in place and when the restrictions were put into the business that, okay, the 50% of the population can only come to the office, their need was there that how we marry the IT and OT and take the real benefit out of it. And I think so in a period of 2 months within the time when the pandemic started and we talked to our OT guys that you have so much things lying in your things which you have already done good. IT is not going to take the credit of anything which you are going to do further. It will be the complete OT team's credit which will go. We just want to plug in your products with our IT products so that at least all my production confirmation, my qualities, everything becomes in a dashboard form. People are able to visualize sitting at home whatever as of now they are doing on a manual Excel sheets, or they're not able to get onto their tables to get the data. I think so by convincing them to that particular level that okay, the credit is going to them, it is not going to be a part of the IT credit. The things started moving in such a fast way. They were able to come up with so many ideas. Okay, I have this machine, my robot is there, my machine injection molding machine is there, my welding machine is there, I have this robot. Why don't you connect it to the things? I will be able to create dashboards. And in a period of 3 months, the management was able to see everything in a visual format, sitting at home, on mobile and everywhere, which they were dreaming for last 5 years or so when they have put the systems in place. But every time when we were somebody was talking to that okay, we want to marry your product with IT, they came up with 100 issues that okay, if you do that, my problem will come, my machine will be down, my data issue will come, who will take the responsibility, and all those issues were coming up. And the moment we said no, no, yaar, it is your baby, you take the credit, things moved like anything. It was a smooth walk for us. Well, that is how now we have started rolling out the things. We have started. It was in one of the particular division that we have the OT team sitting over there. Now we said, okay, you sell within your own plants. You sell the OT part to other plants, dashboarding part to your own plants, and see the benefit. You bring as a become a profit center instead of a cost center. So those changes, I think so, needs to be done. Ranga rightly said that sometimes you have to take that risk that things are due, but at the same time, you really have to take care of the security part of it, because when you marry the IT with OT, OT team never takes care of the security at all when they are building up anything. And then it opens a Pandora box for you that with the digital transformations happening across the globe, the hackers and the bad characters are also looking into your networks and your platforms to see how they can trouble you. I think so. Industry has a lot of examples to quote about, which is not the right platform to talk about. But yes, at the same time, we have to really take care of that particular things also. That is all I want to add.
So this is very excellent point, Sanjeev ji. You said that we should appreciate the people's effort, and they will automatically contribute. I think that is a magic or a motivation level which we have done, which helped your management to see all these dashboards in 3 months. It's an excellent job. I think everybody is having the same problem. IT, OT, we don't talk with each other. There's a very thin layer, but we never try to cross it. And another example which I mentioned about implementing in other plants or other areas. So this is a horizontal deployment. In Japanese word, it is called a yokoten. Once best practice is done in one area, just copy paste blindly. So don't again do reinvent the wheel. So that's a good point, Sanjeev ji. Now we will go to the fourth point on today's session. This is the last point which we are going to discuss. Is on the impact and the value of a technology-driven transformation. We are doing a lot of digitalization. We are doing this automated process. We are helping this business from a manual process to automated. We are improving the quality. We are improving their productivity. We are doing a many good jobs from this transformation. So while we are doing this digital transformation, sometimes we need to again go back and see whether we are really doing best of our job, or with the name of this digital transformation, is that we are creating a new problems in the company, or is it something like expenses are going up rapidly and tomorrow that we not be able to come out of it. So whether we are taking this balance of spending and automating the process, moving from digital transformation to the maturity level. So let us discuss these points. So I'll go to Sanjeev now. Sanjeev ji again, I'll come back to you on this, and we want to know from you on this.
So I would just like to say, with the thing to start with, that the IT industry itself and the so good big four guys sitting into the market and the Gartners and the other guys there in the market, they keep on throwing the buzzwords in the market on a daily basis. And these buzzwords, they get appeared into the platforms, digital platforms, media, print media, and everything. And very often, your top management team might come back to you and ask, "Okay, hey guy, what you are doing on this particular thing? I have seen an article into the things. This company is doing this thing, and why we are not doing it?" I think that is the time we really need to think and make the management understand that everything is not for everybody. We have to be very concise, very clear, and tell the management that what is the requirement of the business. These buzzwords are not for everyone. People talk about IoT. We talk about IoT in a big way, but is IoT required by everybody? Is IoT going to give you the benefit which people talk about in the market? What are the under hidden things which are there with IoT? People are interfacing their IoT machines along with the so-called ERPs, but they are not even taking care of the digital licenses which is being required by these guys. They are getting into a non-compliance mode. We have to tell everybody that okay, what is the cost of an IoT implementation going to be putting into place, whether it is going to be giving you the results which you are looking for or not. I have seen a lot of IoT projects failing at the end of the day because people have not done the real estimation of what exactly is going to do. I have seen people who have moved their complete data centers to cloud. Today, with the IoT and edge computing coming back to you, they are now frustrated. How can they go back to their management and they say, no, today I have to implement my edge computing because my IoT traffic is increasing. My RFID is going to be put into place. I have to capture data from my PLC machines. I need to put in the servers back into the office again. Those things become such a big problem. So I would just like to say to my fellow CIOs who might be from the startup companies or any other part also, be very clear what you are going to do. Don't get carried away with these articles in the press that this has to be adopted. Please study these things and take a hybrid approach for anything. People like us who are there for the 3 decades or 4 decades in the place, whose businesses are legacy 50 years or 60 years old, you cannot throw out your data centers today just because somebody is saying that adopt cloud. You really need to look into the things, what exactly is the exact requirement of your things. Digitalization is really good. I would not like to comfort on that particular part, but everything on digitalization is not the cup of everybody's table. So we have to be balanced out. Don't do a big bang approach. I would say this is what my philosophy is, that let us do a single POC of a single machine, single plant or something. As and when you get all the results out of that particular things, you might get lot of 100 things to improve onto the next project of the same magnitude. Improve upon that particular task, keep on rolling the things if the results you are able to do. So this is what my part is, and I think so we can take the discussion further with my peers talking about the same topic.
Yeah, I would like to say something. See, business transformation is a jargon. If you are resolving the pain point or you are bringing in process efficiency, the 4Ms, man, material, machine, etc., or if you are trying to contribute to ensure the compliance, any kind of compliance, you are through. You put any jargons before, after, say, IoT, Industry 4.0, say BI, you say anything. If you are trying to resolve these 3 points, any transformation is possible. So this is my approach. Otherwise, we clearly say that we are doing this only for a compulsion process. There are certain cases where we are supposed to move from one platform to another platform because the product, end of product is coming. So we have to very clearly say that there will be no ROI, no improvement, nothing, no transformation. This product is going to die. We have to sustain the transactional systems or any of the engineering applications or any application. It is as simple as that. Otherwise, business transformation is very simple. Resolve pain points, should improve any of the process without compromising quality, for sure, and then ensure the compliance related things are further improved by deploying that transformation. This is what I want to
add here. So well said, Sanjeev and Ranga. Another thing to add to it is that when a new business requirement comes, and as Arvind pointed out, that all projects are sort of business project. It is not, IT is not doing the project for themselves. It is linked to the business vision and the value they want to derive from it. That's what Arvind was trying to say. So what you have already invested in your IT platform infrastructure, make sure that you have already, or you are using the maximum of what is already invested there. Just to give an example, we have Office 365 environment and E3 licenses, and at a part of that, Power Apps has been part of this portfolio for a very long time. And when I looked at about 5-6 requirements which were sitting there because somebody said, the business person has some of you said that they will come back and they're IT savvy. They say, I want a .NET application. And just because somebody said, I want a .NET application, nobody looked at, can you do this internally in what already have without spending a single dime? And it's very small application, very focused. It is going to eliminate manual work. It is going to clean the data for quality, for HR. And I say, I'll do it for you for free. And they won't believe it. We had some people, existing people trained in Power Apps. Even I didn't have to spend money. I went to Microsoft. They said, yeah, it is part of our portfolio. You have so many licenses, we'll train you. The training was free. The training got done. And now we are using this application for almost 4 months and more now because of this experience that you can get something free and have to be very careful, not add too many applications that we cannot control. But the message I'm trying to give is that whatever you already have, you try to maximize and sweat that asset before you try to go and try to get something which is very shiny, which what Sanjeev was saying, that whatever comes in the market is not something that you should go and adopt until it has a business value and you cannot use which you already have. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, Vinod, I think you are talking about leveraging on existing infrastructure, which we have. And if we are not able to cater with the current infrastructure, maybe we can add on. Otherwise, please take use of the current infrastructure. Asharat, you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. So I completely agree with all my co-panelists that there are challenges. So there has to be a fine balance between democratization versus control, delegation versus management. So there are multiple things. So there's one very important thing that none of us is getting a medal, nor we want to rest on medals for being the first user of a newer technology. Means till the time we see a value for it, except for someone's like Rangaji said that if a hardware has to be changed, a software is reaching end of life. So I would call them as hygiene factors which won't have any ROI because they are needed. Like home needs a paint after every 3 years. Similarly, if we have software assurance, so they need to be taken up again, AMS, AMC. So these are expenses which will go on just to keep the lights on. But for the other things, like for Industry 4.0, my manufacturing director means we were together in multiple. He has been a speaker on those forums, but he had been saying it openly to all the big providers like Siemens, Rockwell. So what's the ROI? Means why shall we do Industry 4.0 back 6 years? What's the ROI? Is there a ROI? Means just to have a plant fully automated, robot controlled versus a semi-controlled plant. So what's the cost of production? So we have to be very careful in, and normally all of us are, but yes, we can keep on exploring with new technologies and see if there's a value to it. And as Sanjeev ji and sorry, Vinod ji was saying about doing a POC. So there are certain things for which means slightly a bit different, Sanjeev ji. If it has been already done at other places and we are just adopting it, probably a POC, and it makes sometimes more sense to do it in a big bang approach also. So it's case to case dependent, your industry dependent, country location dependent. So there are so many factors in which probably I won't be able to even sort of visualize what Sanjeev ji is into because he is the best judge of his business, of his environment. So we have to do a clear analysis of all this and then take a call. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon. It's a valid point. And one point which I like from Sanjeev ji is that in the name of this board, what is it called? Buzzwords. Actually, this is a good point which even I also mentioned. I think the entire panel discussion of our 1 hour 20 minutes, nobody used the buzzword. I think whether you observed this or not, nobody referred to Gartner, nobody referred to McKinsey, nobody referred to any benchmarking. And one more good point is that from all of us, I think nobody is having a commercial interest in this panel discussion. We all shared very good inputs. Sanjeev ji, the very good point which you have mentioned about is in the name of this buzzword, commit a non-compliance from a license point of view. This is a very good point which you said. Because as you said, in the name of automation, for each and every transaction, I think very known cases are there from all these OEMs where people in the name of this experimenting, bringing a technology, unknowingly they have committed a mistake from a license point of view, and they paid a huge amount of penalty to the OEMs unknowingly. Nobody does with an intention of cheating OEM, but unknowingly they are not aware the license rules for a simple transaction. They might have breached this license agreement. I think very good point from all of you. I think from each and everybody, though I moderated the session, there are a lot of learnings from Sharad, Sanjeev, Vinodji, and Ranganathan and Arvind. So maybe if there is nothing else we can discuss, maybe we can conclude this session. And now I hand over this to Namrata.
I think so. I'd just like to add over here that going forward, digital transformation is going to be the way forward for us. It is not that we should not look into it. I think so. A lot of things are happening into the market on IT and OT front. As and when we start getting into these things, the things are going to really evolve. A lot of startup companies are there who are providing you a lot of free services also to establish them into the market. Look into those things, adopt them, let them get into your things, give them small projects, get the results out of it, show it to your management also that okay, what benefits you are going to get out of it. Then after that, you can even decide on a technology for a stabilization part of it. That, okay, today I've invested only few couple of thousand rupees only, but if I have to roll out it into a big firm, I have to really look for a bigger player or other thing also. So those I think so needs to be done at any stage. I think so the legacy CIOs really need to come out of their cocoons also and start adopting the latest technologies, which sometimes they fear that okay, if I do that, what will be the status of the things. So I think so we'll have to shake us off, all of us also, to start adopting the new things which are coming into the market and start adopting the startup companies which are there. So this is just I want to add on top of
No,
that.
no, correct. And maybe we can take opinion from others also on the startups. Actually, they're doing better. And if you ask me, maybe if we directly go to them, maybe we should have strategy whether we can go directly to startup or through some known OEM or some through known partner. For example, if some X company is catering to us, maybe we can ask them to bring some startups. But back end, the startups will support us. But front ending has to be taken care of the guy who is there with us for many years because they know the insights of the company. So and they take the responsibility of the delivery also. So the couple of projects which we are executing, actually we have asked these our partners, which we have currently. We ask them to bring some startup companies and present to us then how they feel, what is the value addition which they can bring, what the unique selling points. So I think that is a good point which you have mentioned about startup. Uh, Sharad, do you have any idea on how are you looking for any something like startups supporting our tire industries? Whether any opinion from your side on this?
No, there are two kind. Means probably you also have, as Apollo, have invested into a couple of IT companies.
Correct.
Similarly, we also have invested into a chip making company which goes by the name Treel, JK Treel, so which makes now the sensors for the tires, and they would be helping us with the software and hardware part for related things also. But from the IT digital perspective, we have started co-working with multiple startups to help us. One, has been rightly said by Sanjay ji, probably, and you also, that they are more, I would say, quick. I won't use the word agile, but I would say they are more quicker to deliver because they have uh, they yearn for work. They yearn for work and to get recognized. So that's why you get the work done probably doubly fast. So and not as JKTI, but some of our sister concerns have partnered with IITs and some NITs uh, to in which students come for 6-month projects, and the projects, if completed, okay, else they are better passed to the next batch of students. So out of it's the success rate is probably 10%. One out of every 10 projects gets a success rate. Still, it's worth it. So this is the way. Means we work with the big fours. We work with the even the bigger consulting groups, we work with the startups. So we can't say that because we are a bigger company, we will work only with tier one companies. We work with everyone, and whosoever is able to fulfill my requirement is my go-to person.
Oh, that is very excellent. I think
To be more specific, we had the opportunity of creating one separate company, startup company in the name of Third Eye AI. Where 4 years back, when we involved ourselves into the whole process of technology moving into manufacturing, we called around 12, 13 big players, and they were really scaring us. And then we finally decided that going with any big players is not going to make things happen. So create your own team. When we did that, the scaling was an issue. So what we did was whatever is possible with minimum time of making things happen, we started working with some of the small players who are contributing to our weakness areas, weak areas where we are not good at. So we today, if you see, we have small 7 products developed, and it's being sold across, and 4 small, although not big orders, we have gone into that. But the whole learning is build an internal team. Don't give all the load to the internal team. Identify the process which internal team can do. What is not possible, try to make use of startup companies. And then when you are trying to scale, for example, I have 50 plants. When I'm trying to scale with a small team of 20 employees, it is difficult to scale. So try to have partners who can scale it for you if your internal team is not in a position to do that. So I will take a small example. When we were talking about the paint shop automation, it was not possible from our side. We decided in a flat 3 months. So we said that we will take third-party solution only, although we have a separate company for that. So the combination, do what is quick wins, try to use internal team, and try to use third-party or startups where you are not in a position, and slowly you gain that knowledge, bring it in-house, and to scale, try to use third parties so that we are not the so-called mundane job like land, wiring, etc., specific to technology like manufacturing automation. Try to use them and then make things possible. So we started selling. We have 4 or 5 customers also today, starting from S-Cars to Tata, something small orders, but still. So this approach has really helped us. We started with us. So we are in a position to showcase where you are deployed. You come to our any of the factories, come and see. So the end user is also satisfied. Okay, they have deployed it in their plant, and which is up and working. They can see. So there is no fear for us also, because we know what we say is already deployed.
That gives confidence to them also. So maybe we can end this session. Namrata, can you take over and any Q&As there?
Thank you, Ravi, for the wonderful anchoring. Thank you very much.
I think we should all meet once.
Sure.
The name of
Thank you, everyone. Rangaji, Sanjeevji, Arvind.
Thanks everyone.
Namaste to everyone. It is good interacting. Very.
Okay.
Yeah, Namrata.
Actually, we have some audience questions as well.
Please.
So the first question from Karthik, he's asking, as CIO, how are you leading digital transformation and how has it impacted your organization?
Again, the digital word, the jargon has come. Again, my answer is simple: resolve the pain points. You are digitally, and through technology you do that. Then you are making things happen. It is as simple as that.
I think we should go with Sanjeevji, what he said. Don't go with these jargons which are published in articles and whatnot. But when you're doing a digital transformation, the first step is that do a as-is assessment. where you stand. So forget about others. Whether to bring an RPA, whether to bring IoT, whether to bring a blockchain, whether we bring blah blah blah. Forget about that. Where you stand from the company point of view at the maturity level. If you scale from 1 to 5, maybe your maturity may be at a 2, 3, 4. And when we see where you are standing from a maturity level, I think that is where we need to take a first step by saying that yes. Again, in this, what are the business pain points and which are the low-hanging fruits where with the minimum effort you can get a maximum output. I think that shared approach also is from a digital transformation point of view. Always, again, go back to Sanjeev. He said, please make business part of it. I think Vinodji initially said that make business. It's a co-production. It is not that IT is doing the product. We all have to make that product. You give just a requirement to IT. IT will not do any longer. It has to be co-produced. This approach should be also followed.
Just to add one line over here that whatever manual works you are doing today, which can be brought onto a mobility or a digital form, is digitalization. And I think so. Look into your offices, plants, whatever people are doing on a piece of paper. If you are able to convert that piece of paper to a digital form, that is the best way you can help your organization, your teams, and you will be able to do the things faster. So that is what is the only thing key which is there in the form of digitalization when we talk about that.
Okay, the next question is from Anita Chen. She's asking, how do CIOs think about IT transformation?
I just interrupt over here again. It is not the CIO who looks after the any transformation of things. I think so. The whole topic what we discuss is that until unless the business also starts looking towards IT as a partner, as a strategic partner in their things, and I think so. Most of the organizations now the CIO is a part of the board things that they look into what exactly the business is looking for. What is the growth plan of the business? How IT can really help them to get that things faster. Today, if I am able to, as Ranga said, that today if I'm putting up a new plant, I will like to see that from the day one when the new plant is coming up, we should start automating the whole machines along with the things into single go only. We don't have to wait for it that today I will implement a machine which does not have a internet connectivity, which does not have a API to connect to my software. And when after that, if we purchase that machine and after that we have to do that particular smart factory towards industry 4.0 or whatever we talk about, then I think so then we get defeated into the format. So IT transformations are now a business requirement, and every IT CIO or anybody in the IT has to be in touch with the plants on a regular day-to-day basis. Now IT role is not to keep the lights on. It is the role of IT is now to see how they can really help the customers, how they can really help their internal customers to make their life easier and available at every time, from anywhere, is what is the IT transformation.
So, Sanjeev ji, on a lighter note, I like to add, CIO's job is not just to keep the lights on, but to keep the brains on. One, and second, they don't think about digital transformation, they do it.
Yes.
That's what I said. The digital transformation was there for the last 20 years only. The only thing is that the word digital has come into play. When we were doing ERP, it was also digital. Whenever we were doing any workflow, that was also digital. But now the word digital has come out. If you say internet is also the same thing. When you were having servers sitting at your place, yes, accessible for internet, that was also internet only.
So it's again the same thing, jargon.
Arvind, if I can. So, as on a lighter note, see, if you take an analogy step aside from the IT discussion, in India, the marriages happen, and usually the whole family comes together and contribute to for the marriage to happen. Some time back, the IT was one of the poorest cousin who used to work in that cafeteria or takes care of the catering and all that, not getting noticed, but he was an important part of getting the marriage done. Okay. And nobody noticed that person. Now things have changed. As Sanjeev was saying, most of the IT organization or most of the business organization, IT has a place on the table, and the business people themselves have realized it's not like they don't want to. They have realized that IT is playing a very big role. I have a business transformation idea that I want to adopt a new revenue stream and I would need this thing, it's better IT knows it from the day one. Okay. And that is how, IT is becoming part of the discussion, so that it's not like IT trying to force fit something on top of it that, hey, business, if you want to do and get into this new revenue stream, you have to use this. It's like, again, going back to the same thing, co-production. And as Ranga and Arvind have been saying, practical. And I think most of the panelists, what we are trying to say, keep it basic. It's all in the basic. All the thing that we are trying to do in IT is for the business. And at the same time, you also need to have the customer focus, because whatever business is trying to do is for some customer. Even if you are B2B, you are doing for OEM, whatever OEM is doing is for the end customer. So the end customer focus should be there. Keep it very simple. There is an acronym called KISS, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. I think that works all the time, whether you were in the COBOL area or whether you are in this area of where you can do a lot of low code, no code production. But I think the simplicity is the key. Thank
you. Okay, so that's what only the questions from the audience. We have more questions, but now we are running out of time. So I request all the panel members to smile so that we can take the screenshot of yours.
Again, on the lighter side, we never thought of that this forums will be happening on virtual meetings. We used to have always a closed room meetings. Today we are sitting and doing all virtual. And that is, I think, the biggest transformation which has happened just because of the COVID. We used to push our businesses to use Teams, WebEx, or any other virtual platform. But today it is the business who's coming back to us and asking us, can we implement Team or WebEx so that we can have virtual meetings? So I think so. Marriages are virtual, your parties are virtual, everything is virtual today. So that is the biggest transformation we have.
Sir.
Thank you. Thank you to all the leaders.
Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
It was really informative session. Bye-bye.
Definitely, yeah.
Take care. Take care. Bye.
So we have another panel for the day, and the topic is technology and changing landscape of manufacturing. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Gopi Thangawar from Reliance Industries, Govind Singh from Dalmia Cement, Rajesh Singh from JK Lakshmi Cement, Rajesh Kumar Das from JK Cement, Durga Mata Mohanty from Penna Cement, and Atul Gogal, India Glycols, and Nishcha Nirvakar from Pidilite Industries. I request Mr. Gopi to start the panel discussion.
Excellent. Everybody joined. Excellent. Very good.
Hello everyone, this is Rajesh from JK Cement. Good afternoon.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. This is Nishchay here.
Hi, Govind from Dalmia.
Hi, I'm Atul Govil from India Glycols.
Excellent. Thank you
We
all.
also have Sandeep.
I'm Mr. Sandeep.
Yes, Sandeep, can you switch on your video?
Actually, Sandeep sir is not in the panel.
Okay.
Sandeep is not part of it. Okay. Thank you all. I'm Gopi, taking care of enterprise IT.
More speakers will be joining, so maybe they are logging in. We can now start the panel discussion.
You can? Okay. Okay, Namrata, we can start, right?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And I'm Gopi. I'm from Reliance Industries as a Vice President for the Enterprise IT Infrastructure Operations and Projects and Security Apps. Welcoming you all. And thank you, Mr. Govind, Rajesh, Nishai, and Atul. Welcome, everyone. So in this pandemic situation, and we all know that, we are stuck in many work, and day-to-day activities and a lot of projects and so many things going on. So in the busy schedule, and thanks for you spending time for this to valuable input to our colleagues as well as other people. So it will help everyone. So just quick input. It's about the overall, how the technology going to play a role, and already technology playing a role in the manufacturing industries, and how it can optimize the operations, and how it can enable the intelligent decisions for the businesses, and how it will going to help the entire industry manufacturing, as well as what is the smart roadmap for the manufacturing journey. This is what about the topic we are going to talk about. So I like to start with Mr. Rajesh. So Mr. Rajesh, if you talk about yeah, the adoption of new technology in the manufacturing, your use, please, sir.
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And the first thing first, I hope we all are healthy and safe. This is the first thing we should say to each and everyone. Now, see, in my opinion, the changes in manufacturing landscape always supported by the technological advances. All the industrial evolution, we have right now 3 industrial revolutions, they all are possible only due to the reason that we have a technical advances. Now, the industrial evolution benefited hugely through the customers, through the meaningful technology, through the process improvement, by improving the efficiency in the processes, the profitability of the manufacturing processes. We can loosely say that we are in the midst of the 4th revolution. Loosely, this is not yet come. But yes, the stage has come where we can say that we are in the midst of the 4th revolution, which is driven by the advances in computing, connectivity, robotics, and the artificial intelligence. Now, see, there are basically 3 pillars of the manufacturing sector: the people, the customer, and the process. Now, I will just try to highlight few lines regarding all these 3 parts. When it comes to operation, nowadays, IoT, this is a buzzword everywhere. So basically, IoT stands for the Internet of Things. IoT is the industrial Internet of Things. Now, the IoT is increasingly feasible due to the halving of sensor cost, which is supported by a similar drop in networking and the data processing cost. Similarly, the event-based models built based on real-time data on multiple parameters collected from sensors can predict failure in the experiment and provide early warning. Now, this is where the business is benefiting hugely, because this is more a predictive, less a reactive. Similarly, better control and the optimization of the manufacturing process ensure lower cost through better energy efficiency and the yields. Management can take informed decisions because of IT systems that are able to analyze big data. They can draw insight and relay these insight visually. Now, when it comes to people, which is very important for any manufacturing sector, because manufacturing sector are basically hugely depending on people. Now, we have a wearable things which can monitor health and fatigue levels of the employee, the shop floor personnel, that can improve scheduling of tasks and ensure right allocation of skill level. The smart helmets, which is nowadays very much in use, can detect possible hazards and the safety risk and prevent accidents. Augmented reality, which is called the AR, now the buzzword, and the virtual reality, the VR. Nowadays, this AR and VR is very much in use, can help build a skill and capability on the shop floor and provide input in real time. Now, this word real time is helping business a lot, because again, this is coming more like a predictive, less like a reactive. Similarly, when it comes to customer, so nowadays, customer basically what you call the COVID-19. If you see the last 1 year, the COVID-19 taught us a very good lesson. And that lesson was basically that the technology can be adopted in a very shorter time, which can be very helpful for the business, and business has no choice but to adopt the technology in a very fast. So we can see the new technology, whether it's a customer, whether it's a people, with the process, the manufacturing sector is heavily alert. Thank you. That's all from my side to start with.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh, for the input. I'd like to ask you the same thing to Mr. Govind. So, Govind sir, if you look at the manufacturing with the heavy accelerations and heavy pressure is happening everywhere. At the same time, adoption of the new technologies is also very important. So, what is your view, sir?
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, it's an excellent question. Actually, this is one of the most critical thing, the adoption of technology there by the manufacturing industry, because predominantly as a manufacturing industry, we are not very tech savvy people there. Within the bandwagon here. Now, there are a few things which have actually helped to speed up the adoption of technology there in the manufacturing industry. The biggest thing is, of course, as Rajesh, you said a few minutes back, the pandemic situation, which is actually kind of helped us to, start on a lot of new technologies and all that. So things like robotics, 3D printing and all that. So 3D printing in precision engineering industries, like for example, in aerospace and all that, it has become a very, very critical and important thing. So the production cost for a precision part using a 3D printer, it becomes very, very minuscule there. Bio and nanotechnologies and all that, which are upcoming there, which are, some of the things are in quite advanced stages also. They are also quite helping a lot. Things like drones and satellite imagery, they are becoming very, very important, very, very critical to industries like mining and cement and all that, where, we can predict the yield, and, even in the crops also, we can predict if there is an infection in a particular area in a cropland, in a field, due to some infection and all that, it can also be captured very clearly, and appropriate action could be taken. In the manufacturing industry, like, sustainability related initiatives are also becoming quite popular and quite easy with the help of the new age technologies and all that. So I think these are a few of the things which are helping. To call out a few, there are many, many more there in the picture there. It also poses, in a way, Mr. Gopi and other panelists, it also poses some challenges to the policymakers. Like, for example, there's such a rapid change in the advancement of the technology. It becomes very, very difficult sometimes to adopt the technology by not only by the organizations but also by the policymakers. Like, for example, governments and all that. Like, one fine day we feel as the policymakers in the country or in a particular geography that drones are very, very good thing and all that, and suddenly something happens, and we have to put some restrictions in that area. So on the other hand, some technology which we believe that it could not be used there, and suddenly it becomes the mainstream there. So these are some of the things, some of the views which I'm having from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Govind sir. It's very nice input, including especially on the policymaker area. So thanks for that. So I'd like to ask one question to Mr. Nishchay. So now we cannot avoid the technology anymore, and going forward or before, whatever the legacy happened, the IT is supposed to be in a back end or hidden way we used to work on many things, and the manufacturing now also modernizing like other IT company. So it's playing a crucial role. Now it's getting recognitions also. What is your view on that, sir? Especially on the role it's playing in the manufacturing industry, the technology.
Good afternoon again, and Gopi, I think this is quite a relevant question. Good follow up to what our friend Govind and Rajesh have put forth. So when you talk about adoption and which Rajesh and Govind spoke about, and then how technology is going to play a central role within manufacturing. As we are seeing slowly, the organizations as they're evolving over time, it is becoming a necessity to maintain a competitive edge versus a kind of a marketing gimmick, which was there earlier. So a lot of companies and brands over time have invested, and there are some forerunners also who invested on these technologies, and they've tried to gain returns from these. But one thing that factories are slowly seeing, that if they don't try and adopt these things right now, they will not be able to see the returns in the next 5 years. And this is a fact for a lot of things. For example, the companies who have now taken predictive maintenance into play, they've put IoT, and some IoT is again a buzzword. Even if people have put sensors and having data streams coming back to their hubs and are able to analyze them and do some kind of a digital command center or some kind of predictive maintenance, it is giving them real-time market advantage. It is giving them a competitive edge over their competitors, but the investments for these companies have to happen now. That is one of the things that the companies need to understand, that as they are growing and once we have scale, the dependency on technology is going to increase, because the management of all of these systems needs to be centralized. And that is where technology starts playing a very important role to intertwine all these journeys together, from production planning to dispatch planning to probably the MES systems that are put in the factory, and to ensure supplier relationships. All of these wings within a factory and many more are intertwined through technology, which makes this machine work in a very smooth manner. And machine, I mean, is the whole process of production that happens in the factories. So I feel that this is where the technology is taking a center stage in manufacturing altogether. And there is another angle also to it. So this is one where we talk about IT, tech, machinery that is coming into play. Technology is now becoming so central to innovate also in manufacturing. So this is a new perspective now, that companies are not only moving beyond technology implementations, but they are also innovating through technology in materials. So right now, you would say that today in a consumer durables market, to earlier around 5 years, 10 years back, to get a mold would take around 8 weeks. Today, with 3D metal printing in place, you can get a mold within 24 to 48 hours if you have the CAD design ready. And that is the competitive edge, and that is how technology is playing a central role in all parts of manufacturing. So I think companies are not only innovating on technology, they are moving beyond to materials, they're moving beyond to processes that can be fully digitized and automated. And now we're trying to move towards the automation and autonomous working of factories. And that is what I feel why technology will soon take a central role for people and companies that are trying to evolve on the journey. And once they reach a certain stage, this is going to become almost mandatory to have technology playing a central role.
Excellent. Thanks, Shai. And it is a wonderful new dimension that it's not only supporting as a main role or central role, even IT can manufacture the things also. That's what the very good, nice perspective. Thanks for that input. I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Atul. Sir, the same question to you. How the role, the IT playing right now, is it really a main role are we playing in a manufacturing industry?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Gopi. I think Nishchay brought in interesting points, and I would just like to highlight a couple of pointers which I think are relevant. So one is that beyond doubt, we all know the transformative possibilities and the tangible gain technology actually can bring to business, or is either bringing to business, particularly for manufacturing, is there. So there is no doubt about it. And we also know and agree that the kind of disruption which we have seen in the entire world and the entire supply chain, not just in one or the other organization, but across the supply chain of most manufacturing companies, which we have seen in the last 15 months, is actually far beyond the cumulative disruptions we would have seen in the last entire decade, I can say. And this has actually also resulted in many tech initiatives which were earlier not considered feasible, or we were discussing more around ROIs and other aspects with the feasibility studies, and then seeking feedback from domain that whether we should do this or that. But now there is a pull. People across domains are actually reaching out that why can't we do this? Why can't we automate this? So this has been, I think, this COVID pandemic. Of course, it has been a great disaster of sorts, but from a tech standpoint, it has been a great enabler as well. And if I were to talk about manufacturing in particular, the key ask from technology team is that no, how can an initiative actually drive productivity? How can you help achieve higher workplace efficiencies? How can one tech intervention help lower costs and thereby improve the bottom line, and maybe possibly top line as well? If you were to get higher throughputs and you are able to sweat the assets, so you get higher throughput, so you get a increased top line as well. So in this, I know I think there are these four broad themes, which I would like to cite here. So one is the aspect around facilitating remote working. So we all know remote working is a is a good expectation, but not many on the shop floor were able to work remotely, because of which many factories had to be shut for longer periods, not just because of the lockdown, but because of non-availability of labor. And now companies and enterprises are looking at processes and blocks which can get further automated, so that with lowered human intervention, they still be able to achieve the desired demand. And then of course e-collaboration we are all doing, and that's a given now. Even board meetings are happening electronically now. So, as I said, no, for manufacturing, increasing visibility across the value stream, and to be able to get your products first time right, in the sense that no, you don't have to do rework and without any compromising on quality, with best possible yields and optimized cycle time. So we've actually had started our IoT journey, and I can tell you, I can vouch for it, that this is no longer a buzzword, at least within our setup. I work for India Glycols. We are into chemical, petrochemicals. We are also into industrial gases, pharma products, liquor. So we've deployed IoT in one of our large plants, and across the operation processes and also utilities. And no, doing so, no, we were able to spot areas of improvement which were earlier in those logbooks, and in you had these daily or weekly review meetings, but those were actually kind of post-mortem. So but then now with the real-time data available, so whether in terms of efficiencies, whether you talk about productivity, error rates, all that is available on the fly. So you don't have to, people don't have to struggle to get data, create reports out of it, start sharing here, there, everywhere, and then no unnecessarily have follow-ups that no, this data is not come by this time, and all that has gone. So this has got automated. So that itself is a huge no, or a great outcome which we have got. And in addition, no, we are also able to not just getting data from a specific tag, which we were getting through DCS or PLC systems earlier as well, but now we are able to create soft tags based on some algorithms or inferential calculations which are there, so that the concerned members get alerted much earlier in advance, and they are able to address issues on a near real time basis. I would not say real time, but on a near real time basis. So that is one area which I'm extremely confident IoT, industrial IoT usage brings immediate value to enterprises. Of course, there is another topic which is around video analytics, which I'm extremely, we have not yet deployed it, but we are doing a pilot as we speak, which has tremendous potential on the shop floor to be able to not just detect issues or defects which are hard to be captured by the human eye, but also to see other patterns that no, if you were to find that no people, individual who is not supposed to be present physically in one area, if that person is visiting that area, then you get an alert. Somebody not wearing a helmet or not using the proper PPEs, the protective equipment, that can get alerted. So it's and also for measuring of body temperature and other. So video analytics and machine vision combined, no, it has immense potential. And combined with that, no, this is from the shop floor and manufacturing no, workplace. Other is the usage of e-commerce, being B2B and B2C. I think I would see B2C, it has much evolved, but B2B, it's still in a very nascent stage. So I think that's another area where we would be seeing exponential usage of technology, and we see a lot of adoption out there. And last but not the least is automation of the back office, front office, using tools like RPA, robotic process automation, which we actually didn't try out these big names, but we actually tried grounds up usage of Python and scripting. We actually were able to do a lot of automation in our back office working, and that enabled real-time data flow and accuracy of data flow, and also along with that the workflow process. However, doing all that with underlying cybersecurity theme covered. So I think, Gopi, these are the broad themes I just wanted to call out.
Thank you, Atul sir. It's a lot of good information. Especially
you're on mute, Gopi, it seems. Yeah.
Okay, now you are able to hear me, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Thanks. So it's a lot of good information and info. It's really helpful for our colleagues, especially you're talking about IT is not going to be any more return of investment stories. It's about rest of the things also, efficiency, productivity, and many other information. Especially when you talk about the video analytical, of course, it's a big game changer. Yeah. And I think we are looking forward to it. Excellent. Thank you. Thanks a lot, It's a good info. Now, again, back to Mr. Govind sir. The same questions to you. When you talk about the IT as a main role for the manufacturing industry, so are you agreeing to it, and what is your view on that?
Yeah. So IT is there's one thing which is constant there in IT is change. So every day when we get up the next day in the morning, there's something new, either from the technology point of view or from the requirement point of view and all that. And requirements are quite dynamic there in the nature. So, sometimes they vary based on the shareholders' requirements also. Sometimes they vary based on your customers' requirements and all that. So that is an excellent thing which keeps you always there on toes. So what happens is, you're working on a particular technology or a tech piece, and connecting the dots with the business requirements, and suddenly you realize that the requirement has changed. And the tech piece, what you were working with earlier, for example, you were wanting to implement an ERP solution which was catering to the earlier requirements. Now suddenly it's kind of defunct there, it will not work. So all those kind of things are very much required to be keeping us on our toes, as I said earlier. And also we have to ensure that we are able to still live up to the expectations of the business. So I would say that IT these days is not an excellent analogy was given by one of my friend earlier in this forum, that compared it with the caterer there in the wedding and all, which is excellent. But we are no more the caterers. We are probably the choreographers of the world also. We are probably the caterers of the world also. Sometimes we are the bridesmaids and groommaids and all those kind of things also there. So IT is gaining the place in the main stage of the organization now. I would say we are more business engagement leaders than the service providers nowadays.
Thanks a lot, sir. It's no more just support services. That's what you're saying. Thanks a lot. And again, I'm coming back to Mr. Nishai. See, when you look at the technology and the technology optimizations of the operations, is it really helping and assisting to take a right decision, intelligent decisions, or smart decisions? Is it really doing that? Can you tell your way, sir?
So, hi Gopi again, and being a technology evangelist, I do agree, and I think that is why we all are here, and not to substantiate, but to also critically evaluate how much of IT is a gimmick versus how much of IT is actually delivering value at various points in the supply chain. So there are four broad themes that I feel that manufacturing technology is specifically delivering great value or optimizing business. So one is and I think a lot of these are covered by the panelists here. So one is it helps us automate as many processes as possible. It's actually a very simple thing, but what this does is that it is helping us reduce dependency on skilled workforce. So as we have the advent of ML coming in, we have AI, we have collaborative or coordinated RPA processes or robotic machines working together, which can go ahead and automate significantly even skilled worker related processes also. That does not mean, and this is, I'd like to reiterate, that does not mean that we are actually reducing skilled worker jobs. They always get reskilled in something else, or they become evangelists or adopting this technology within the factory itself. Because these don't reduce the number of jobs, it actually increases the production capacity of the factory altogether. So one is it helps in automating as many processes as possible, reduces dependency on the skilled labor that is there. It makes the process and the factory more predictable. So this is one piece. The second piece is because we go ahead and automate these processes, we have a great amount of thresholds put into all of these processes. We also look towards better quality. So one is faster time to market because of reliability and lower downtimes that we get because of automation. Second is ensuring great quality because of the uniformity in processes. And the third most important thing that I feel is about managing the overall equipment efficiency, or as we said, optimizing. So managing OEE becomes more and more simple the more technology we adopt. So the overall equipment effectiveness of every factory machinery that is there, that becomes more easier as we adopt more and more technology. And the more sensors that we have in a factory, although it comes at a cost, but we are surely able to optimize huge amount of things. People are now moving to digital twins of key equipments. If you have a huge equipment costing a few crores, people are making a digital twin out of it by adding all the sensors possible, so that they know that when is the scheduled maintenance, how I can maximize the lifetime usage of this equipment. And people are going ahead and doing that. So that improves the OEE of the factory altogether. So this is the third theme that I spoke about. And the fourth theme, how it optimizes, would be in a way, how do I put it? It increases the cognizance of people working in a factory. So in terms of making processes like Atul talked about video camera monitoring. And this is something that we already tried for COVID to minimize the touch points. Using AR, VR in factories, again improving the marketing or the knowledge of people of how equipment works in factories. So these are things, actually marketing factory automations has become a great thing for actually branding companies themselves. So in the B2B segment, you will hear that because of technology automation, companies like Toyota would score its suppliers saying that you have a higher tech score. That's why we'll give you the contract. So optimizing these operations actually increase your market value as a supplier or as a brand in the market, because you are seen as a more reliable brand just because of your automations that you have put in the market. So not only, I would say, optimizing or improving the efficiency or automating everything or improving quality, but it also increases your brand value in the market. So these are four pillars that I feel are very important when we automate the whole manufacturing journey through technology.
Excellent. Thanks, Nishai. And you mentioned very beautifully on the four different pillars. It's a nice way to look at it, and you are encouraging the people, manufacturing people to go more automation to optimize the process and think about the brand value also. That's what you're saying. When you IT behind it, you can able to do that. But I just want to add one more line item with what Mr. Atul tried to say is not only limited to the COVID points and other thing. I think I'm able to understand what he's saying. It's largely on the video analytical piece. You're starting from your visitor management system. Even one guy entering the manufacturing is missing or not. He's in right place or he's going some other place, and the car number plate recognition systems. Is it correlate integrated with your thermo and other industrial area? So when you look at it, I think it's right now it's a hard business, and massive data analytical is going on. And I think almost all the manufacturing investing some billions of dollars. You can say that that much investment going on video analytical. And I can see in ourselves we are doing some thousands of people doing that such a projects. So it's massive opportunity, but at the same time, it is not that easy like a piece of cake. That's what we can see that. But
I want to add one point, Gopi. So it is just about it's actually people are trying to automate so much, and the companies grow larger and larger. And you all must have heard about this thing that is going on. It's a semiconductor shortage that has happened. So companies are having to innovate processes to manage semiconductor shortage. So you can now it is coming to that level where how do we further automate and how do we further optimize to manage this shortage of automation tools? So I think that is also a thing which is happening in the market right now.
excellent, excellent. It is a very good view, actually. Thanks, Nisha. The same question I like to ask to Mr. Atul sir. Same thing. Is it the same thing? Are you agree that, or you have a different view on this optimizing the operations, and are we really IT assisting the intelligent and smart decisions? What do you say?
My point is, first of all, we need to really factor that even now as we speak, in our enterprise, we see at least of the 100% data which gets generated, at least 25 to 30% of that data is getting churned out of machines right now. So which means, so we have these machines as the new authors of data, so to say. And this is not, this percentage is going to grow every year. That's what I can clearly see, where with the kind of new technologies and new processes which we are automating progressively. So as I said, so it's not no longer about being stewards or just being on the fence sitters, wherein somebody's laptop or network is down and you go out and rush and handle it. I think today the situation is that I had technology, but my core role is to drive business transformation initiatives. So that's what, and they have designated me also as a transformation officer, not a technology officer, so to say, which actually is not just about driving technology in every sphere, but it's about core. The theme is how do you enable and how do you drive business transformation, and technology is regardless. So it's not that for everything you have to see it from a technology lens first, because the moment you start doing that, then you cannot have a discussion with business domain, because they would not have a great understanding about the nuances of technology. What they need is either a solution to their existing problem, or to showcase that no, this is the art of the possible. Because suppose if you talk about what RPA can do, if I were to ask my CFO that no, what is your problem? What kind of problem are you facing in your day-to-day operations? He would say, I'm doing fine. I'm running this for the last 10, 12, 20 years. There's no problem whatsoever. But the moment you now tell that no, using RPA, this is what is possible, this is what we can automate, then it's a different discussion altogether. So it's not about solving a business problem, because these problems are not existent. These are opportunities for improvement. But to do that, no, you have to relate in their language. Then only they will be able to appreciate and then be able to adopt as much. Otherwise, it's like me communicating in Spanish and Gopi only understands Italian, so to say. So that's my theme, that no, we need to, and as much we talk about these technologies, no, I think the phase is, the current situation is that no, we need to look at not just optimizing on cost, but also to look at how do we leverage this smart transportation, electric vehicle utilization. How do we optimize all that? And then sustainability aspects related to waste management. How are we doing it? How can technology help in our sustainability initiatives, green initiatives, in terms of say usage of energy efficient devices? So we've actually deployed a whole grid of a smart energy monitoring system for our key energy consumers and generators. So right from DG sets, turbines, the grid power, and then to the whole transformer setups, HT motors, switchgear, and the high wattage LT motors also. So that no, we just don't look at energy aspects, we also look at specific energy consumption. So that then you are able to take a good call that no, whether you need to retrofit something, you need to replace something based on either higher maintenance cost or higher downtime link cost. So because those are the areas and discussions which will be of great interest and music to the ears of the top management, and that is what they would love to hear and would love to work on, rather than if you were to tell them that no, I want to replace a network switch worth no layer 2 switch or layer 3 switch worth 2.5 lakhs 3 lakhs, and I want to replace 50. They would say, why on earth you did it 3 years back? Why do you want to do it again? Why are you looking at a server replacement? You did it 4 years back. So they don't want to get into those discussions. They want what value are you bringing on the table, and you explain it in their terms, in the language that they can interpret and understand well.
Excellent. Thanks, Atul sir. So it's very clear. Don't speak your language, speak the business language. You're saying so. Very well taken, and it is wonderful. You're talking about overall very logical way. It's a very good input actually from Nishai and you both. So now I just want to start again with Rajesh, and I will come back to again everyone. It's a very important point, I think. It's not only talking about optimizations and what we are doing and adoptions and assisting and all. It's about the future also is important. So what is the roadmap are we seeing in a smart manufacturing, and what is the future are we able to see that? So Mr. Rajesh.
You are mute. Rajesh, you are mute.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so good. Right now, the question which has posed to me that how we can actually draw up a journey for smart manufacturing. And actually, this is a very important point which we need to be considered for continuity of the roadmap which we are traveling it. So for continuity, first we need to draft a roadmap. So let me share some of my experiences. And these experiences are from established business. May not be very relevant for a startup, a business which has been started newly, but these are very relevant to setups which are establishment which are old ones. So how these experiences can help to draft a roadmap which is a consistent one and which can be a fruitful. So the first thing which I would like to share that for a consistent roadmap, we need to define a framework how to create use cases and how to identify use cases. In many instances, these use cases generally we see we are getting from the industry, that some company has done it, somewhere it is happening. Or it is coming from operation review meetings where some issue has been highlighted, and from those issues people are trying to find answer. If we try to see these both approaches, they are having limitations. A use cases which we heard from the industry may not be contextual. And when we try to other side to work upon the use cases which is coming from the operations review meeting, pain areas, then those use cases may not be comprehensive enough. So the first thing which would I like to share that for drafting a roadmap for smart manufacturing, we need to create a framework to identify use cases. Use cases which are comprehensive enough and use cases which are contextual. So we need to take care of this first point in our mind when we are drafting roadmap. The second thing which is needs to be considered that what kind of technology we are choosing to have a right kind of basket of technologies. So what is the second point? It is something like that certain, you can say, technologies are required to meet standard solution. Other set of technologies are required to meet specific solution to a context. For standard solution, we can go for any solution available best in class and meet our requirement. For a specific solution, we go and engage in the development, can engage a startup and can do that. If we try to have too many standard solutions, probably it will constrain innovations. And if we opt for having too many customized solution which we have developed in-house, there's a chance of that we may be in territory of volatility. So a right balance is to be created. Right balance is to be created for the basket of technology, which is a standard one, where we can meet our standard requirement. We may not require to reinvent wheel every time, and solutions which are not volatile, stable, and can service the objective. And have a right balance of technology, which bring innovations, which may meet the specific requirement and can bring a big change. So a right balance between standard solutions and the innovations with the startup, we need to have a right balance, because what I have experienced, some setup who have gone too much on the startup kind of activity, they find difficult to maintain it after a year and a half year. The companies who have opted for so many standard solutions, they are finding difficulty in innovations, because each standard solution will come with its own constraint, its own standards. So how to create a right balance between standard solution and also have a scope of doing innovations. This is the second aspect which we need to take care. If we really want that our roadmap is a consistent one and meeting the objective. The third thing which I have again experienced, and again it's very relevant for the established business, may not be for the new business, is to create a long-term engagement model for consulting. To safeguard that what we are doing, it's actually momentum is maintained. Momentum is maintained for long term. It's not a 6-month exercise, it's not a year exercise. We need to have a momentum, and for that momentum, a long-term engagement with consulting partner is actually helpful. It's a tough call. People may say that why this engagement, so many outflow is happening, what to do, is ROI is coming or not coming. But what I have experienced, that wherever this engagement is there is a consistency. There are momentums continue in the assignment. They help in coming our many hurdles related to technology obstacle, hurdles related to change management itself, how to manage change, issue related to adoption itself. So hand-holding may require. Sometimes saying the same thing by 2 people does help. So if internal team is saying something, external team is also saying the same thing, there are more weightages are there. Wherever any structure or anyone is structured up, sometimes consulting does help. So the third thing which I would like to share, whenever we are drafting a roadmap, we should consider to select a partner. It's a difficult task. I understand that it's a difficult task to how to select a consulting partner for a long-term engagement who can keep on creating value. But what I've experienced, the companies who have done it have got more success to the comparison to the company who haven't done it. So these are the 3 pointers which is coming into my mind. Whenever we are drafting a roadmap, let's figure out the framework to keep on identifying the use cases and how to prioritize them. Keep a tag of that, what kind of technology we are having right now, what kind of technology is coming 1.5 year, 2 year. Is that my current technology basket is having sense with what I am coming in the future? And the third one, please have a engagement model where you keep on actually communicating, taking help from the consulting partner ecosystem, where they can help to overcome any kind of hurdle and have a momentum of product map for which we have envisaged. So these are the 3 points which would I like to put it forward for deciding roadmap of journey for smart manufacturing.
Thank you, Rajesh sir. It is very clear, and you are saying go with the clarity use cases and bang on with the right partner and engage long term. So it's all very keywords. That's what we can see that. And you mentioned so many other very good points. Actually, it's very helpful, I believe. So I like to continue the same, future roadmap discussions with each panelist in a short version. So, Rajesh Das sir, about you, what is your view on the smart manufacturing journey? If you think about the future roadmap.
Yeah, see, Gopi, basically, if you see the digital adoption, right, taken a quantum leap in the last 1 year. Sometimes the changes are by nature, sometimes the changes by force. So basically, last 1.5 years was a momentum of change by force. If you see the smart manufacturing, the quantum leap that we have in the remote working, in the remote satisfaction of the customer demand, in the remote use of advanced technology in operation, the changing customer needs, the increasing migration of assets from the on-prem to cloud, or the changing ownership of the last mile delivery, or your increase in the near-shoring and or the insourcing methodology, your increased spending on the data security because there is a more demand for the remote working, the bill redundancy on the supply chain. Similarly, the major focus on the AI, ML, RPA. Now, the basic idea of the manufacturing sector is to use the manpower to the people for the right purpose, not for the purpose they are used to do in the past. So the basic idea is let's have a technology which can enable the workforce for their better utilization. Now there is always a nothing comes free of cost. So there is always a challenge for those technical enablement. Now these advances or the enablement are exciting. This is giving the enhancement to the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector. There is a huge challenge. So if you see the technical enablement is seen as a diversity of jobs. People are seeing as something which is going to take over their job. Robots are seen as a replacement of people, and the improvement in the manufacturing process as a means of making people redundant. So yes, there is a smart processing of the manufacturing process. We need to take care of the fact that there is a people who will be affected. If they are getting affected, how they should be properly utilized. The technology cannot be seen from only one angle. That's all my message.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. So how I'm interpreting your statement is, technology is not a replacement of humans. Technology is supposed to enable the manufacturing and another human activities and help the
right.
people. Excellent. Thank you, sir. So now I'm coming back to Mr. Govind, sir. So what is your view on that, sir? So smart manufacturing journey, when you look at that, what is the roadmap you are able to see?
So there is a new word or a new buzzword which is being coined over the past couple of years called decision intelligence and decision optimization, which is basically kind of, it's a result of a lot of deep learning, AI, ML work, and predictive maintenance and all those kind of things, which are being used there in the organization, in a manufacturing organization. Considering all those things, they're getting evolved further. So, like earlier we were having something which was very, very cool for any industry was BI, business intelligence. Now we will be having this decision intelligence also coming up there in the picture. So your machine, your application will tell you that, hey, this particular part of the machine, let's say a bearing of a particular machine or of a furnace and all that, will be requiring a replacement in the next n number of months, which is nothing but predictive maintenance. You can take it like that. But this will also result in the decision-making process of the organization, which will be directly or which may be directly impacting the profitability of the particular unit or of the particular organization. So I would say that, as the part of the IT fraternity, we all should contribute, or we all should focus towards, bringing in those kind of new age technologies, which will directly and indirectly benefit the business. So like, for example, many of the times our manufacturing teams or many of the times our sales teams and all that, they may not be having a very, very strong data-driven means to run a particular process or to run a particular campaign or to run a particular way of operations or manufacturing and all that. And this is where our solutions, the solutions, worked out by the IT community can help there in the overall picture there. So I would say that in the coming years, this will evolve actually eventually. So I think Nisha, you were talking about IIoT. Now things like IIoT and all that, when they converge into something like predictive maintenance, and when this data is taken through your ERP application, where you have the complete history of a particular maintenance of a particular thing, or the sales history, or the purchase history, or if you are there in the mining area, then all the parameters related to mining and all that. If you are there in the automobile area, maybe many other parameters which are related to their of course sustainability related things also. Like every organization is talking about sustainability. Now we will be having in our country, we'll be having carbon credits very soon coming up there. So all those things can be worked out together. They can be thought out together, and we'll have to make our business understand that why this requirement is there. Like for example, I think someone from the panel was saying that if you have to replace some 150 or 100 high-end switches, layer 3 switches there, it will be a huge cost. But if we could sell that idea, why that is required, probably we'll be able to avoid potential threats to the network, or maybe we'll be able to increase the network speed and all that. We'll be able to improve the performance of the databases and applications and all that. Then they will be able to understand and listen to us. Many of the times we miss that part out actually. And if we connect, if I talk to my CFO and tell him some TCP/IP protocols and HTTPS and all that, so he'll ask me to take a walk. But if I talk to him in a language which is like, which connects to the business, like in his case, it will be, how can I help him to improve the bottom line or top line by using these technologies? How can I help him to take the decisions better, using these decisions intelligence and all those kind of things? I think it'll be very, very good. And we will also be, able to justify to our jobs in a much better way.
Thank you, sir. So the same thing I just like to ask Mr. Nasai. So Mr. Nasai, actually, if you look at the overall statement in a color and flavor, he mentioned very clearly, Rajesh Singh sir mentioned very clearly, pick the right consultant partner for long term, it will help you. Not only limited to the thing, he mentioned so many other points. I can just talk about one of the key points. And Mr. Rajesh Das mentioned very clearly, it's supposed to help enable the people, not instead of sack them or scare them or something, it's supposed to enable it. And Mr. Govind said very clearly, it's supposed to be top and bottom, supposed to be enabled in a smart way, not like scare them with a technical jugaad. It's supposed to be a simple business language. It's supposed to be a futuristic way. So your user, Nishai sir.
Thanks, Gopi. So when we look at smart manufacturing and the whole manufacturing journey with so many inputs that we've received, see, I completely coincide with the view of having a strategic partner in the journey of manufacturing technology. And this is, and I'll come from another thought process. It is simple thing in IT. Most of the time that we do is build versus buy. Okay, and this is similarly juxtaposed into creating talent for something like this. So it is basically you build talent who understands, who's constantly able to sense the newer technologies coming in the market. Like I talked about 3D printing manufacturing, or maybe you're talking about the video analytics space that so many innovations are happening. We would need to inculcate that whole team within the organization and give them a career path, and that team would need to become like a COE who continuously innovates on the manufacturing technology front. Or we can always have a very strong consulting partner to do it with us. But the impetus is that creating or having this knowledge throughout the process of smart manufacturing journey or manufacturing technology transformation journey is extremely important. Because unless and until you don't have this kind of knowledge pool to tap into whenever you are stuck, these projects tend to go into a big tailspin. And this is something that I've seen also in the past. And choosing the right partner becomes imperative, because when you have smaller companies trying to do this, they may not have the wherewithal to create such or in-source such teams. So that is where partners become very important. And even a larger company over the period of time would start insourcing such talent and creating the COE for something like this. So this I completely coincide on this view. And I think we all reiterated that automating and bringing robotic process automation or having MES facilities being completely automated is never going to reduce or directly impact jobs at factories. And I coincide with that view also. And the other thought was I feel that wherever such smart factories are being put up, so I'll give an example. In Gurgaon, I think on the northern belt in Haryana side, they're doing a lot of fab proliferation. They're giving a lot of schemes. Government is giving, you can put down fabs over there. So fab is basically silicon manufacturing or chip manufacturing. So wherever these factories are being set up, all the peripheral villages around them are actually getting job. That is one thing, but they're also being upskilled to work on technology, or their aspirations change. So these are some things. Not only technology adoption is helping the company, but it actually affecting the overall environment around these factories that is happening. So yeah, so these were my points on what our panelists have said here.
Excellent. So Nishay sir, there is one more adding point to what you and Mr. Rajesh Singh mentioned. It's about the strong long-term consultant and other partnership. So what we can see certain trend in the manufacturing unit and other similar units. They dividing the short-term projects and long-term projects. So short-term project means less than 6 months, they call it short-term, and more than 6 months. Some company define 1 year also short-term project, I don't know. But they are going with the smallest vendors or the very, very small, startup kind of people who just listen and do whatever they ask them to do. And surprisingly, when we see that, Accenture and big giants and big companies, they are taking like a ownership of that, such as startups. Like Accenture, they are taking like a 200 plus startups, and TCS saying another 300 within the startup. We will not charge like the enterprise level, but you directly interact with them. But guarantee we will give you next 1 year, this guy, they will not shut down. So the trend also getting increased towards to the short-term players also, isn't it? That's why I thought of just adding one more color to that.
This is news to me actually. This is something very new.
So this is one of the trend also happening, which is, for example, when we go with one Bangalore-based vendor or Silicon-based vendor, surprisingly, 90% of the things is owned by Indian TCS or Infosys or certain thing Americans like Accenture and these things. And they are doing in a very smart way. Like Accenture charging $1 million, this guys will charge you $50,000 or something like that. And they will do, that 24/7, they will delivering it. But the thing is, how we can guarantee that any support futuristic way. So that's where this big giant is coming, what we will support. But the thing is, of course, there will be a little catch into that. But there is a thing is happening in a large way. But it is beautiful views from everyone, So thanks for that. Now, as a closure, I'm just jumping into Mr. Atul sir. Atul sir, hope you hear that overall conversation regarding the smart manufacturing journey, which is the futuristic roadmap. Are we seeing it? You've seen the multi-dimension, lot of inputs.
Yeah.
But some space, when we have like a full meals, we will have some space for some sweets also. So let's hear from Mr. Atul also something. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I think interesting perspectives. And I would not like to name companies, but I know companies in the panel, sitting in the panel, they've invested big time in multiple of these startups, multiple, and not one, not two, many. And I know of them. I can't name them. And so Gopi is smiling. Okay, so and that's an interesting way to nurture and to basically see that technology deployment within their setup, and of course to create it as a service for other industries and similar industries as well. It's a theme which is catching up. So my limited point on as a closure remark on this one is that no, we need to understand. It's kind of a preamble which I call it, that no, the relationship which people had with machines was earlier, it was cooperative. Okay, we used to use machines to make sure our work gets done, and then we kind of we are now becoming codependent. So we actually need a laptop, we need a mobile all the time. So I can see Nishchay on his mobile right now as we speak. So we just can't live without it. It's like codependent. So even though it's a non-living thing, but we are actually so much dependent. And I am seeing it that going further, it will become competitive. It will become competitive. And I'm not for a moment saying that no machines or humans, but it will be like we will have to figure out, and the best individual or the best one would actually win, because they would, so much of the current work which individuals are doing is likely to get and is getting automated. Every month we find that no, something which was being done repetitively, recurring, manual, menial things, they've got somebody has no automated it. And the whole, I would use the word mushrooming, but not to belittle the startups. The whole mushrooming of startups, they are trying to figure out every single bit what can be done. So they are trying to scan every single action which we do. Where do we buy from, what's our buying pattern, how do we go to work, what work do we do while we are working. So everybody, they are all looking at every aspect with a sharp lens, and trying to see what they can do, how they can automate those processes, and create a business model out of it. So all this using technology. So my last point is that no, as tech leaders, what we need to do is identify the interventions which can actually drive value, get the business team interested, of course, do prioritization, look at implementation, smart implementation, using startups or maybe using consulting partners, support whatever works for a particular organization and its culture. And then of course create success, so that that success can then feed into further new projects. Because it cannot be that no, one gets the whole budget for a wholesome 5-year transformation project. You would actually get something you need, and then the project success gains should pay for the subsequent ones. That's how it would be a more workable theme. Yeah, I hope, Gopi, I have been able to respond to your points.
Excellent, sir. It's actually you try to. I clearly sense it. It's not that easy to, because mostly all the beans are spill out, and mostly they covered Nishai and Rajesh sir and everyone covered. Govind sir, everyone they covered as much points. But the thing is, whatever the points they miss out or they didn't get an opportunity or time to spend it, you covered that also. It's a beautiful thing. I believe more or less we covered almost all the topics, and you being excellent panelist. And thanks for that, nice, very good informations. And I believe it will help the rest of the people who is not part of here. And when they watch it, I believe it will make a lot of sense to them. We hope we enjoy the session. I enjoyed it truly. Thanks a lot for that, and have a great day, and have a great things. Namrata, anything else you want to add?
We need to smile, I believe.
Maybe, yes.
Actually, we have some audience questions as well. So
okay.
First question from Vishnu, he's asking how to deal with legacy IT systems that are still considered critical to operations.
Anyone want to take it? Yeah, please, Atul.
I can take that. Now, I think when we talk about legacy systems, one is when you talk about manufacturing, legacy IT systems are a far lesser battle, because you have the clouds and the SaaS offerings which are available now, wherein you don't have to go for an upfront capex. I think the larger battle for manufacturing is around the obsolescence which the OT technologies face, with which when you are talking about technologies like IoT, you need to interface and create for, maybe like Nishya spoke about digital twins. Doing that, you need to get data out of these disparate systems, and there is a larger challenge. But then, no, maybe we can talk about few themes which we followed, like we spoke, used OPC, UA, OPC, DA. Of course, in some non-communicable systems, we also had to use Modbus, which is a fast, no, it's a serial communication setup. But we had to do that because it was not just, no, not every piece of technology was communicable at the same platform. So we use multiple of these, and of course, in certain cases, we had to put new sensors, repeaters to get data out. And as I spoke about, IT part is still using a combination of cloud and some capex. Of course, it's still manageable. That's my thought. Maybe some other panelists.
Maybe if with the permission, Gopi, if I could also add a couple of words here. My opinion, that's absolutely fine. What Atul you said is absolutely required and all that. But I think that's not a very that's something which is attainable. What is not what is very difficult is the change management in the mindset of the people there. Now they used to have a particular style of working there. Now they have been using on a particular tool or a software or hardware for ages. Now many of the people there in the manufacturing industry, they've been working in that industry in the same plant for, let's say, 30 years, 40 years and all that. Now they will be finding it really, really difficult to work on a new platform in their SCADA module, for example, or new OT and all that, as you were talking about, Atul. So those are the bigger things. I think we can find a solution for living with either cloud or on-premise and all that. But I would say, based on my learning for the past, close to about 3 decades, I would say this is what is the more difficult task.
No, I completely agree, Govind. But just to highlight so that Vishnu also gets the right perspective here is that we're not talking about replacing the OT with a new age OT platform. That's not possible because that may cost millions of dollars maybe or whatever is the cost involved. And of course, the change management aspect. What I was talking about, how do we facilitate interoperability through the legacy systems using communication protocols which are far cheaper than what we expect. When we get deeper, we would have options to look at to be able to connect and get the data out.
Yeah. Here I would like to add one thing. Probably challenge may be people issue or technology issue. If issue related to people, sometimes it may happen that person and the team who is actually working on legacy software do not want to transform. So we need to dealt it separately. If it is a people issue, probably answer is easier. And as Atul and Govind said, if it's a technology issue, then probably it has to be dealt in differently and extensive work is required. How to make obsolete older technology to work on the new technology. So let's bifurcate. In many cases, it may happen that issue is with the people only. And it's not only when we're talking about the machine, so there are many other applications are there. Maybe applications working with some function. So figure it out that where is the issue. If issue is with the people, then let's work it upon. You can position a smarter solution, a better solution to them. So they can groom up, they can actually learn new technology and answer is easier. If it is related to technology, then what Atul and Govind said is perfectly correct, that we need to follow that path.
Excellent. Yeah, Namrata, any other?
Yes, another question from Anita. She's asking, how can organizations find profitability and sustainability through technology in the future?
Anyone want to take?
I'll take that one.
Sure.
And actually, this is a large question, and it takes long time to realize profitability. But what many companies do, the ones that I have worked for, creating a very strong business case becomes imperative to drive ROI and profitability to technology investments. So whenever we are planning some kind of a technology launch, we need to take one step back. And I think many of the panelists also have iterated that you have to look at what is the kind of benefit that you're going to realize. And you have to talk in the CFO's language, like Atul put it, or some of my other panelists have put. You talk in the business language to make them understand what would be the actual business benefit. It would be bottom line, top line. Most of them are going to value it that way. But there could be man-hour savings that you would see. There could be a brand improvement that you could see. So once you're able to quantify in some way these benefits or this ROI that you're going to get out of these investments at the start of these, these projects, it creates or paves a very high probabilistic path for you to gain success towards the end of these projects, because your goal or your vision is clear when you're creating that business case document. And I think that is very important to realize it over period of value, because that is what you would set milestones on. That is what you would evaluate yourself on during the technology implementation or the rollout journey.
Now, I just also, Nishay, just to add on what you mentioned on sustainability point, which was also stressed during the question was that I know of companies, particularly in the agri domain, who are using technology to identify soil quality, soil moisture, and accordingly, they are able to reduce consumption of fertilizers by 20-30%. So that's one use case. And if I talk about other manufacturing, I spoke about initiatives around specific energy consumption, which is a clear reduction of carbon which gets generated in the whole environment. And it's a very clear ask from a sustainability standpoint to reduce carbon emissions. So those are clear cases. And we also spoke about underperforming assets. An underperforming asset takes away all the energy, takes away all the raw material, and you have all these losses, emissions, and still the throughput is compromised. So an underperforming asset, if you were to able to address using technology, or underutilized asset also, so to say, that's a direct gain or benefit which you gain from a sustainability standpoint as well.
Very good. Excellent. Amrita?
So these were only the questions from the audience. We have many more questions, but we are running out of time now. So I request all the panelists to smile so that we can take the screenshot of yours. Thank you all the leaders for adding value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now, we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is digital manufacturing, roadmap and future. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Dinesh Singh from Gross Engineering Tools, Mansi Thapar from Jaguar Group, Sameet Mutha from RPG Group, Anil Gidwani from Dana Group, Rajiv Khade from Sigma Electrical Manufacturing, Dattatreya Gaur from Robert Bosch Engineering.
Namrata, I think Anil Gidwani is already joined. Dattare God, sir, joined?
Yeah, he
Yes,
has already
I'm
joined.
there.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Rajiv Khade, can you please? Okay.
Mansi Thapar will be joining soon.
Okay, so we starting the panel discussion now. So the topic for our panel discussion is digital manufacturing roadmap and future. So as we know this in this new or after this COVID-19, the digital transformation is need for each and every organization. And if I brief it, digital transformation means it's a process of using digital technologies to create or modify existing business process and customer experience so as to increase efficiency and effectiveness of business processes with no or limited manual intervention. So, and during this COVID time, we realize it. So whatever the manual intervention
if we uh, if we if we overcome that with automation, then it will help organization for making employees more effective, strengthening business partnerships, make better decisions faster. Everyone expect an on demand. We can reach great customer insight, better customer experience, opening the door of globalization. And it also encourages collaboration across departments, foster digital culture in the organization, introduces a new level of transparency, and at the same time, it increases agility and innovation scope. So these are the major factors which helps the organization uh, by deploying digital transformation cases. So I now request Mr. Dattare Gaud to give some views on this topic, or I think on how this digital transformation, by how we harnessing the digital transformation for integrating different disparate systems, like because in one organization there is an ERP system, there are other different CRM solutions or other solutions. So how we can harnessing the digital transformation to get benefit for the manufacturing industries in particular. Sir.
So thank you, Dinesh. Thank you, and very good to all of the participants, my fellow panelists, and all of the audience members here. It's great to be on this panel. My name is Dattare Gaur. I am a vice president, and I work for a German multinational company in India. That's the Bosch Group. I have some experiences in developing engineering solutions for a variety of applications, including Industry 4.0. And that's the little bit of credibility that I bring along when I'm going to talk to you about this topic. So first of all, let me just tell you that digitalization is actually becoming quite a fad. Industry 4.0, everybody talks about that, and which basically means integrating sensors, software into our systems so that we make our systems smart, and smarter systems basically bring in a lot more benefits to the business. Yeah? So given that, one of the topics one question that we are very often challenged with is that all this new technology, the new digitalization, is this for brownfield also, or is it only for greenfield applications? Which means, in simpler words, that if I have an existing factory which is running, unfortunately, on older technologies, then is this also applicable for my industry, or do I have to only, when I'm setting up a new greenfield project, only then I can talk about connected machines and things like that? So the answer to this question is that digital technologies also help brownfield. Of course, they are a big boon to greenfield, but they are equally applicable to brownfield as well. Now, let me just take you a little bit deeper into that. One of the big benefits that we get from digital transformation is that we get a lot of data, and the data becomes the new glue, which means that if you're getting data from disparate systems, if you have a standalone machine, if you have an ERP system that is directly not connected through an industrial bus to the machine, no worries. Yeah? As long as you are able to get data from the disparate systems, we can bring that data into a database. We can call them a data lake. We can call it by any name. And then from that, we can run algorithms on that data to detect patterns, to identify value from that data, and then to use that value and deliver it to the relevant stakeholders. It still may sound a little bit Greek and Latin to you, but maybe I would try to explain it with a very simple example. So just imagine that you have a factory, and in that factory you have a furnace, which is quite an old furnace, Probably it has a controller, but it's not connected. It is not connected to any system, so to say. And you run some hardening operations with this furnace, yeah, for example. Now, all you need is if you can connect a smart energy meter costing anywhere around 4,000 rupees to this furnace or the input of this furnace. And if you have a way of reading the temperature from this furnace, either through a camera or through a digital controller or through an inexpensive thermostat, uh, and bring these two data out and connect them to any computer, yeah, you can pull out that data very fast. Now, these are your simplest possible tools with which you can actually start extracting the data. Once you have the data for about, let's say, a week, then you can develop correlation maps saying that how much energy is consumed to get what temperature, how many hours of operations of your furnace give you the desired results. All that data will be captured with timestamps from smart meter. And once you have that data alone can be connected to any of your ERP systems or any business support systems, any MES systems, whatever you may have or you may not have, doesn't matter. But you get a starting point. And with that, you start to get insights into your machine, which happens to be a furnace here and a process, and you start taking numeric control on that process. So with this example I just gave you in very layman words, how easy it is to think that data becomes the new glue, right? We can expand this example. I can make it as complicated as you wish, but very simply, bottom up onwards, uh, my submission again would be that the data is new glue, and digital transformation is a great opportunity to run transformations and to seek benefits, both on top line and bottom line of our business. And that means that we get quick return on invest, and we have improved quality, we have improved throughput, line efficiencies improve, we get a host of benefits. So, Dinesh, back to you. This is my submission.
Thank you, sir. So, very valuable inputs with right type of examples being given by Datare sir. So now I think other speakers, Mr. Anil Gidwani sir is there, and he is director in Dana Group. Good evening, sir. So I think, sir, your mic is in mute.
Sorry. Yeah. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, sir. So to start with, just how the digital roadmap should be there in your organization and how you are driving it basically in the manufacturing side, how those are benefiting the organization in totality. So what are the driving values through digital manufacturing you are serving to your manufacturing department in your organization? How means it's good if you can you can also put some examples so that the audience is able to correlate with the actual practical business cases.
Dinesh ji, good evening to everybody. I belong to the pharma industry, and I have been 40 years in this industry. And as you all know, I prefer to start from the history rather than, in olden days, we started industries, and in those days, it was little bit of mechanization, water, power, steam, and other things came into picture. This was the first stage. Then we moved on to the next stage where we went for mass productions. Then we went for assembly lines, and lot of power and electricities were being consumed. And then we went to Pharma 3, third stage, which was basically computer and automation, where most of the companies started buying computers and other things, And today we are in the Pharma 4, where basically cyber physical systems have come into picture. These are basically IoTs, data analytics, and many other things which are very useful. Today in pharma industry, we have not only in manufacturing IT use, but also in the marketing, in supply chain management, in all the aspects, IT is being used very well. Reason being, we are a very regulated industry. The industry where it is regulated, that means we have to give reporting to the government of every milligram which comes into the factory till the product, finished product is made. You know, because some materials may be narcotics, some material may be very costly raw material. So our manufacturing becomes more precise. We need a lot of information. And to get information, you need data. And this data can be provided by each and every machine. You see, today, a machine would produce in a day maybe around 50 lakh tablets. Now, these 50 lakh tablets are going to the patients around the world. Each tablet has to be same. Each tablet has to be of same weight and parameters. In order to match those parameters, computerization does a lot of work for us. Apart from the mechanical machines, the computerization today, each and every tablet is being photographed, sensors are used. So for a normal machine, a 65 station machine would give 65 tablets in one rotation, you know. So that means per second, per minute, you may get even thousands of tablets. Each tablet has to be seen and visually before it reaches the patient. So a lot of automation in terms of sensors, in terms of IoTs and other things are used. Similarly, in pharma industry, there is a lot of clinical trials. You know, any molecule before it comes to the commercial level, it goes through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 trials. These trials require huge data of patients, huge data of side effects, huge data of this. And I think with COVID and everything around, people have understood what is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trial and all, you know. So in this also, there's a lot of data generated. These data are to be compiled and everything. A normal expenditure in a clinical to make one molecule in abroad, it costs around $1 billion. You know, before you get one medicine in your hand, it has, pharma companies have really spent nearly $1 billion to bring out that molecule right from the basic till it reaches your home. So pharma manufacturing to certain extent, although it has not been implemented at all levels, but a lot of multinational companies, big pharma companies are implementing this in a big way, and their controls are increasing and their reportings to the FDAs and others are becoming more sharper and more accurate. So pharma industry somehow requires all this, but before, as a businessman, you need to think how much you are going to spend, what is your return on investment, whether the roadmap is to be followed. Otherwise, many of the people usually follow the roadmap just blindly. Everybody is going for computerization, this and that, by the machines. But since I deal with Africa, in Africa, we spend money only what is required, you know, because Africa is far behind. Probably it is at the third stage, Pharma 3. So the Pharma 3 stage, which is there, it is very important. From Africa point of view, you may have computerization. You may not go too much into the IoT and other things. But for India, we are already a developed country, you can say, and we are far ahead in IT compared to others. You know, even we have nearly 5,000, nearly 1,800 plants which are US FDA approved, you know. So all these manufacturing, WHO, we have nearly 5,000 plants all over the country. So we supply to most of the countries in the world the medicines. Today, India is known for medicines. So looking into this, lot of IT is being followed in the pharma industry. Lot of programming, lot of data about the tablets, about the quality control, of the tablet, everything is being followed quite meticulously, because we have to comply to a lot of FDA rules, and hence computerization acceptance is more from the pharma side. Over to you, Dinesh.
Dinesh, you are on mute.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. So, thank you, Anil sir, for brief us about the manufacturing digitalization that you did in the pharma industry. And in the last 1.5 years, it is basically more you've been utilized and more been in news because of a lot of work being done in the pharma industry. And also there are lots of cases like for blockchain, basically use cases, particularly in blockchain being there in the pharma industry, which started, I can say it's started from pharma industry first, then it being moved to other currencies or other different other verticals, but it started first in pharma industry, if I am not wrong. So now Mr. Rajiv Khade, sir, he is VP and Head IT at Sigma Electric, and he's also having a vast experience. And more importantly, he has done very good work in the last 2-3 years in basically into digital transformation in manufacturing vertical. So over to you, Rajiv, sir. So what we want, what audience want is, first thing is whatever the digital initiatives being taken in your industry, and how this, because if any business case is there, so how you find it out, what is the way of finding the right business case, because digital transformation is, in good layman language, it's basically you are transforming your business processes where there's paperwork into digital, or you are making your processes automate, which is more effective and more efficient. But which business processes need to be taken into account first, identifying of those business processes which give value to organization. Sorry, sir. Anyone? Okay. So now over to Rajiv, sir. So I wanted to know what's your criteria of making a right business case for digital transformation, particularly in manufacturing, and then maybe some other important verticals that you have finalized in the last 1-2 years.
Dinesh, I had lost you for a couple of 15 seconds. So I understand this question is for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So basically, rephrasing things that are now able to make it out in general, what is digital transformation, what are the factors need to be considered, and from Anil sir, specifically in pharma industries, how those factors need to be taken in account, and how what are the business case and things need to be considered. So now, for finding out or making a right business case for transformation, how you proceed, what are the things you consider for making a business case for digital transformation? Over to you, Rajiv, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, Dinesh. And I think this is the very relevant topic in today's world. And thanks for the perspectives given by Dattatreya and also Anil, a very relevant use case, I can say. See, I have experience of more than 34 years in the IT industry, and specifically digitalization of more than 10 years now. And up till now, the digitalization, IoT, Industry 4.0, robotic process, and all those things were talk of the town, and all those were the buzzwords. But now, no, these are not anymore the buzzwords, and it is the need of the hour, I can say. And the people have understood that in last 1.5 years that digitalization is the only way of gearing up to the lost time due to the pandemic. So people are thinking more and more of digitalization and automation, especially during the last 1.5 year. And it was rightly said by one of the industry conglomerate that the amount of digitalization that was not done in last 20 years, uh, more than that, the digitalization has gone in last just 1.5 year. So that is the pace of digitalization that is industries are adopting to it. So, having said that, let me take our example at our industry itself. When the pandemic started, before that itself, we had laid out a very good roadmap for IT and especially for industry, digitalization and automation and everything. But nobody was aware of the pandemic, and we were hit badly like others. So for a moment, we parked aside the automation roadmap, and we thought of concentrating more, focusing more on digitalization. And that's what the shifting of gears happened. And initially, we were afraid of getting hardly 10 to 15 digitalization projects in the organization. But we were forced to work on this because of the pandemic situation. And then the IT team and the manufacturing and the operations team, we started thinking and debating on what kind of digitalization can go and how we can add value to the business, enhance the manufacturing process. So all that thought process went in. And I personally went around, before that itself, went around the shop floor, studied the process, sat with the functional heads, operational heads, and studied the process. So after that, we went to the operational heads and convinced them, try to convince them, saying that this is what we would like to digitalize in your manufacturing or the process area. But there was slight resistance according to me, and for every good change or any change, there is always a resistance. That's what I can say. And so the resistance came. But when we try to convince them about what will be the value addition that will happen to your area, reduction in number of steps, reduction in number of hours, and savings on part of dollars. Slowly, the acceptance was there. So earlier, it was a kind of push technology that we don't want digitalization. We are happy with what we are doing. We are good with what we are doing, provided it takes our time. But when they were slightly convinced about the various benefits of digitalization, then slowly the scenario changed. And when earlier it was a push technology, we were thrown out. Later on, the scenario changed, and it was a kind of pull technology from various functional heads. So everybody started approaching IT saying that we would like to digitalize this process, we would like to digitalize that process. And that's how IT team became busy in the various digitalization projects. Earlier, we were doubtful, as I said, hardly getting 10 to 15 projects. But during the last 1.5 year, I'm proud to say that with my last week's review, we have completed more than 364 digitalization projects. So that is the amount of digitalization. Thank you so much. So that is the amount of digitalization that we have gone into it. And we have not restricted the digitalization for a limited department or a limited process. As its saying goes, sky is the limit. So as you go on thinking as to what process can be digitalized, whether it is HR process, whether it is marketing process, whether it is RFQ process, whether it is purchase, manufacturing operations, sky is the limit. So you just go on thinking, and after you are done with your homework, then the ideas start coming to you. So we did that, and we did a weekly review and also the monthly reviews, and we presented this to the board members also, and they were quite heavy because there were a lot of savings in terms of man hours and in terms of dollars also. So that is the way, and that is the methodology that we followed in the process of digitalization. And we are not restricting ourselves only to digitalization. We are also going with other areas like automation, use of technology like HoloLens, AR, VR, and we are also thinking of use of drones in our huge warehouses, because the warehouses, according to me, are huge as per the length and breadth is concerned. So practically, it may not be possible for knowing the inventory, what is stored on the top of the layer. So we are exploring the use of drones, as the drone can fly around the length and breadth of the warehouse, scan the inventory, and come back and sit on the station and flush the inventory to our ERP system. So that is what we are doing. And to answer your question specifically, this is what we did at Sigma, use of the latest technology and the digitalization to enhance the business process. So the benefits are well seen and people are very happy with the amount of digitalization. And even after doing the 360 plus digitalization projects, still in the pipeline, there are about 114 projects that we are working upon. So that is the amount of digitalization. This is not a part of posting what we did, but what I'm trying to say is digitalization is the way forward, and that is the way that industry is adopting for getting manufacturing excellence and getting at par with customers and having a edge over the competitors. Those are my feelings. Dinesh, over to you. Dinesh, again, you are on mute.
Rajiv sir, just wanted to check, do you also introduce robots also in your manufacturing or some?
Yes, manufacturing process is not, I will say, that complicated. At a very restrictive place, we are introduced robots, but we are also thinking how we can use the cobots, because cobots are a low version of robots and you don't have to make that much kind of investment and the changes in the manufacturing cycle. So there are already certain cobots in place, and still we are thinking of more cobots and, as I said, drones also.
Okay, sir. So just with Rajiv sir, I also rephrases one joke or one joke which is very common last days on WhatsApp, that who is responsible for digital transformation in your organization. So A is your CIO, B is CFO, 3 is CEO, and 4th one is Corona or COVID-19.
Yes.
So I just with the Rajesh sir, I'm just relating this joke, which is very common in the last 1.5 years. So, which is really in true sense, it's very, it's really a true thing. So, whatever which the digital transformation for which management has not given approval in the last 5-7 years, they have greatly given approvals. Whatever, because they now realize the importance of all those digital initiatives being taken by IT or other departments. So they really understood that in the last 1.5 years.
Yes, correct.
So this is one thing. So now just what's coming in my mind is if one is clear about how this business case. So for digital transformation, if one find out the right business case, then my from the leaders, I just wanted to check if that business case, what is the right solution, or which automation OEM or which solution is the right fit for that particular business case. So just wanted to know with Datare sir, how you calculate that part, or how you do that part in your organization, or you do some ROI before finalizing solution for digital transformation, or you go with easiness, or means what are the factors you consider for finalizing the solution for digital transformation?
Sure. In our Bosch factories, we have a very structured process driven by Industry 4.0 champions. These are small teams. I would touch upon a little bit also to sort of, identifying such fields. So there are two ways of doing that in our organization. One is that we look at the problem. So this is the low-hanging fruit. We go talk to many practitioners, to foremen, to people who are actually doing training, who are doing maintenance, who are looking after the machines, processes, everybody. And we ask them about their problem statements. That becomes a very easy, trigger for identification of the problems. In a more structured way, we also run consultancy projects where we really run through complex topics, which are interconnected topics, and then try to identify, I would say, across the work stream or the value stream solutions. So having covered both ends of the spectrum, then everything lies in between, right? So that is how we start. Now, every idea, once it is once it is internally approved in these teams' deliberations, yeah, they come up with a template. In this template, we define what the current situation is, what the desired situation will be, what does it take for us to go from now to the future picture of the future, and then we identify what resources will be required, how much money will be required on one side. Benefits are also quantified on the other hand at the same time. And this analysis is then presented to the management, different layers of management. And eventually we approve these projects, or the projects are approved internally in the organization by plant management. If the funding required is bigger than which is available within the plant budgets. And we also have created a corpus at a corporate level with which we also fund this. There we have two conditions that we should, whatever we do, should give us significant savings in not more than 18 months' time. And second thing is that whatever we do should also be applicable to other plants as well. Yeah? So these are two very simple conditions with which we evaluate ideas when it comes to funding from the corporate corpus, so to say. Back to you, Dinesh.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, just for curiosity, I just wanted to check any of our leaders also worked on augmented reality. Any use cases they have made for?
Yes, we have augmented reality. I give you one use case which we have done to train our engineers. I would have to explain. Allow me to explain the background,
Please,
which I would not be able to. Yeah. So Bosch. Yeah, at Bosch, we develop a lot of complex technologies, and we are the world's largest, technology suppliers to automotive sector. Yeah, we don't manufacture automobiles, but we make the systems, complex fuel injection systems, powertrains, and so on. Yeah, a variety of systems. So let me talk an example of complex engine management system, diesel engine management system. We develop software and applications in India, engineering center. And in our center, we recruit quite a lot of young engineers, yeah? More than 1,000 engineers every year we recruit. And then we have to accelerate their training. So how do you tell an engineer that, how a very complex engine of a very prestigious brand, just for the namesake, please don't misquote me, I'm just using it as an incidental example, let's say a BMW car. Yeah, how does that engine work? And the software that these engineers are going to write for these complex applications, which in India we have never seen, or in colleges we don't even hear about these technologies, then how do you help them to understand these technologies and make them write fast? So what we have done is we have done cut sections of engines, and then we augment reality on that. So basically, then we're using a tab in front of that cutout model. The engineers are then able to experiment, and then they say that, okay, if I start the engine, then the blue color air starts to flow in through the air management system, fuel starts to come in, how the cylinder is working. If I change my accelerator pedal, what happens if I take it on the part load, full load, overdrive, how does it work? All that is visually then explained in a tab, which is overlaying. So if you have a cutout model in front and then you see it through a tab, camera of the tab, we see the engine cut out, and on the tab there are some controls. You open the controls, and then some things get superimposed on the view that you are seeing, and thereby we train hundreds of engineers every year in the fastest possible time. In factory environment, we use similar technologies to train our technicians, the people who are new in complex assemblies. All the processes basically explained to them. They're also monitored and then evaluated also using AI technologies. That means turn this nut 5 times, then you turn the whole table, then you have some other operation to do. In the augmented reality, they do those operations, which is basically getting captured in a computer system. And then they get evaluated that, yes, you did well, or no, this particular part was not. So they can replay and learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, really,
Thanks, Amy.
really glad to know about the business case you have prepared for this augmented reality. And nowadays, there are most of the industries, other than manufacturing or some high-end technology verticals, they are using this augmented reality for their learning, their training their workforce, or maybe find their solution from other end of the globe for their actual issue. So that's a good initiatives being taken from you in robot. So now I think with this now industry 4.0, now we are entering into industry 5.0 also. So which basically this is the next step to harness the power of people to drive the digital revolution to new level. So it's more basically into industry 5.0 is about bringing human intelligence together with the computing power to create more personalized customer experience and products. So probably in next 3-4 more years, we are yet to see more use cases with more value being given to industry. So we hope to come up with more good business cases. So now, Rajiv sir, you have any view on regard to how you can harness digital transformation basically into automotive or maybe in electrical company? How any view on harnessing this digital transformation, particularly into electrical industry or manufacturing?
Yeah, as I said, digital transformation is already there in the day-to-day life, and it is no more the buzzword as it was a few years back, more than 5 years, according to me. So I am of the opinion that digital transformation is the only way wherein industries can harness the benefit and get the manufacturing excellence in its blood, I can say, in its DNA. So that is going to help, and the benefits are well seen by the industry, and more and people are going in for digitalization in the manufacturing process. Only thing is that digital transformation is not a decision taken by one person in the organization, and it has to be followed by others. Neither the digital transformation is the ownership of IT department. It is not like that. Digital transformation has to be led by each and every person involved in that process, each and every department in that process. It has to be made a very thought process, well led down, a neat, decent plan to be made. What are the benefits? And as the Tarthai said, a good amount of thinking and ROI has to be calculated into that. And once you are ready with the plan, then only the digitalization should be implemented. It is not that since my neighbor has implemented digitalization, I should go in for digitalization. No, it is not like that. What is that? I'm going to be benefited from adopting digitalization. How I had to adopt digitalization? what are the benefits, and what is the ROI most important. That is going to help us, help the industry in a long way. So a very well-laid thought process and plan in particular has to be followed in implementation of digital roadmap. So this is the way that every industry should harness it, should inculcate in their daily routine, I can say, so that they will get benefited in various fronts. That's are my views on harnessing digitalization in the industry. Dinesh.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. Anil sir, your view on what will be the for the next 2-3 years, how you see this digital transformation journey, and what more items will come into our digital transformation roadmap?
Yeah, Dinesh ji, since I'm connected with pharma, I would rather look at, we look at accuracy. You see, in pharma, we want accuracy, we want track and trace. You know, one needs to track the medicines right from the manufacturing machine till the consumer. So the future is more about tracking and tracing the whole thing. Today, if one particular tablet is made, and suppose if it is consumed by somebody and unfortunately something happens, now that particular tablet can be tracked down to the chemist shop, from chemist shop to the factory, to the distributor, to the factory, to the machine, to the person working on that machine, the datas of those machine. So I think the future lies in more of transparency. Today, everybody is asking for transparency, for tracking and tracing, and faster delivery, reducing the time from the manufacturing to market. You know, today in pharma industry, the expiry itself, the drugs which are expiring is nearly 2%. You know, a 2% wastage is going totally down the drain. If one can put lot of track and trace, these expiries can be taken care. The goods can be moved much ahead of time. Like something is selling in one place, you just move the non-moving item to that particular place. So optimization is the key word, accuracy is the key word, transparency is going to be more accurate. And of course, with drones coming into the picture, I think we should be even delivering medicines and other things will be going probably by drones to your houses shortly. You know, a lot of other industries also are thinking, food industry is thinking about drones and other things. So manufacturing processes are getting more transparent, more accurate, and more like barcoding. For a simple thing, barcoding was started in pharma. You know, it was compulsory when you do export, you have to do barcoding. Initially, the barcodings were probably 8-digit. You know, it gave only the manufacturing people, name of the factory or something, the expiry and other things, and the manufacturing date. Today, it has lot many datas incorporated into it. The barcoding has changed into scanners, scan. So things are changing, you know, and especially places, customers are getting aware of it. Today, customers can scan, like pharmacovigilance is there. Vigilance is nothing but patient should know about what is this drug, side effects and other things. This can be done with the bot technology. You know, if you have bots, you just put that I'm taking such and such medicine, the company will provide you all the pharmacovigilance information, you know. So lot of things are happening right from manufacturing till consumer. So I think the more accuracies are going to come towards now consumer end. Rather than manufacturing, we have reached a good level. As you rightly said, pharma 5 or manufacturing 5 is shortly in the progress. Some companies are moving towards it, where machine learnings, artificial intelligence, algorithms, and various other data will be used. Data analytics. Today, data analytics is used only by the Amazons and other companies. Soon, the data analytics will go in deep with pharma, with other industries like automotive. Today, you take an example of a car. Earlier, if we had a problem with the car, we take it to the mechanic. He would start and listen to the noise and probably tell you what is wrong with it. Today, that is not the case. He just plugs in the cable, something inside the car, and he detects where the fault lies, and he tells you exactly these are the problems in your car. You see, so automotive technology has already implemented. It all depends also. Automotive, each car is being sold for millions. So naturally, you can put in a lot of technology into it. But other things are, sorry.
Hello.
Anil, we
Am I
can hear you
audible?
only. Video has gone only. Anil, your voice is audible.
Okay. I think now we are in just my part in regard to digital transformations, specifically in digital manufacturing. Here, I am I introduced myself before also. I am heading IT in Growth Tools, and Growth Tool is is established in the year 1976, and we are basically into manufacturing machine tools, hand tools, then greasing and oiling equipments, fuel equipments, air handling equipments, precision measuring tools, and also work lights and electrical items also. So basically, in last 1.5 years, there are lots of initiative been taken in terms of digital transformations. So which start with our journey with supplier management, the supplier portal we introduced, and by which we have make this gate entry process totally automated, and this material receiving in SAP, it's all automated through QR code enablement. And now we are working for warehouse automation. So we will be using traceability solution for finding out where in line, where is the item, and from final product, we can drill down to from which vendor we have taken this part or this part. So all those on this project we are working on, and in that also we are also starting pick and pack automation system. So most of our warehouse time and resources been wasted in finding out the parts, specific parts which needs to be given to quality or to the inline assembly. So with this pick and pack automation system, with robots being introduced, with mobile solution for this robotics, maybe for SCARA robot or Axis parallel robots, we wanted to get more value to the manufacturing by using these solutions. We have also for this job work, all those paper related dependency which are from SAP, now it's all digitalized. And also in quality area for vision, like we are wanting to put robots when we are doing the quality checks which are based on vision based checking. So for all those set of in place of place of workers, we are putting the right robots or right cobots to give value. And in addition to that, we are also overall equipment effectiveness, that is OE. We are using SAP, but now we have make it very interactive. So on the machine itself, we are planning to get that OE which we have implemented in SAP to give weekly last week value or month average value for OE specific to that machine. So this is what initiative basically in manufacturing at Grows we did it, and the list is long, but only I am taking examples basically specific to manufacturing industry. So, but if you take it other verticals, we did it digital signatures, DSC, then attendance and leave management. This everything with thermal sensing, with we have enablement and also with mobile capability. So we have also put this during this COVID time, our learning hub platform we have introduced with, now it's also been using with this learning and training management. So whenever the packing team do some packing for particular customer, so with final good and with particular customer, they are able to met how the packing instructions with audio facility and video facilities there on their packing table. So all those things being done in quite very small time. In the basically, you say in the last 1.5 years, we have did many digital project initiatives, not only specific to manufacturing, to almost all different verticals. Oh, I think Namrata, now I think our leaders have given enough views and their whatever the expertise they have shared their expertise. Any questions from the audience, Namrata? We can now take it up because we are running short of time, and I think by 6, this award function is about to start also. Namrata? Yeah, questions from audience?
Yeah, we have audience questions also. So the question from Rajat Garg, he's asking how technology is impacting the changing economics of production and distribution.
Anyone want to take?
Yeah. Technology in distribution is really very helpful. The reason being, today everything needs to be tracked and traced. We started in olden days with ISO 9000. Then we reached ISO 14,000 in manufacturing. Today, now we have a tracking and tracing in all the distribution networks, more or less, where everything is tracked. You have barcodings, you have scanners, you have everything. So today, no supermarket or nobody buys without a barcoding. Most of the supermarkets, what was there in US, today it is there in India. We are already into no supermarkets are buying without barcoding. So distribution has been a very key element. Everybody wants to know from where this particular thing has come, whether it is, if there is any problem, it can be identified, it can be informed back, it can be traced back. So, and in terms of economy also, it helps, as I told you earlier also, in terms of tracking expiry dates, products which are expiring in the shelf, they are lying. Today, companies like Hindustan Liver has controls and monitoring in more than 1 million outlets probably. Similar way, other track and traceabilities in distribution are good examples are Amazon, Flipkart. Everything today is getting digitized, right? In the distribution area, it is more. But only thing is, since the distributors have a low value, low investment, I would like government to support in this area. They should give incentives. They should give more depreciation on putting up a lot of digitization. If people are putting digitization and spending money, government should give a lot of support.
Okay. Thank you, Anilji. Namrata, any other questions from audience after Rajat's?
Yeah, one question is from Ashish Srivastava. He's asking, what is the impact of digital manufacturing on the value chain management and optimization?
Datare sir.
Yeah, I can take that. I think it's a pretty generic question. So
yeah,
it's a huge impact that we have on the whole value chain optimization. And as I told you, that when we look at problems, yeah. So perhaps I give you an example. Yeah, with that things will
I
become
think
a
you
little
have
bit more.
also for specific you have also mentioned it with value.
Yeah, no, I'll give you
value
another example.
value stream mapping. Also, you have given example in your okay.
Yeah, I gave another example. So let us talk about quality, right? So if we are talking about the quality of the product that is coming out from your manufacturing line, and quality is often measured as as first pass yield, right, or number of rejects. If we could somehow increase the quality and reduce the defects, this would mean that we basically are able to produce more from that line. Yeah, and that increases our top line. Now, from the business there, that's very common. But if you look at how to improve that quality, then you have to go all the way from the final station, all the way down your value stream, and identify opportunities for improvement. So I hope I made that clear. But increase in quality would be certainly a very welcome topic for any plant manager.
Very true, sir. Namrata, any more questions or we?
Yeah, we have another question is, what is most important technology project you are working on?
Can I take that?
Should I repeat?
Namrata, you said what is the most important technology project that you are working on? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to take that. See, as I mentioned, we have been working on various digitalization projects, and nowadays a lot of technology inputs are coming up, and it's no more the buzzword that I have been saying. So use of AR, VR, and the augmented reality, as I said, and also use of HoloLens to be in specific. Microsoft has launched HoloLens 2, which is being used by various organizations. Although it is not widely used in India perspective, but people have started importing that and using it. The HoloLens can be used for various purposes, right from the audit, customer tools, factory tools, and the most relevant and the technology use is about remote support in case of shop floor machines. To just quote an example, if your machine is supplied by some of the OEM manufacturer from Germany and your machine is failed in India, and then all the way coming from Germany in this pandemic times, it is quite difficult and the downtime can be huge. So by the use of all this HoloLens, you can have a kind of remote access of that particular machine, and the engineer from Germany can assist directly on your machine and help you in sorting out the problem. So that is the use of HoloLens to be specific. And other technologies that we are widely using is digital twin that we always hear, and use of cobots for having the repetitive and task sorted out quickly. So there can be various use of technologies, but it all depends as to how you make use of it, make a use case of it in your industry. So after studying your specific industry operations, then one can think of as to how you can automate that process, how you can apply the relevant technology to that, and how it will benefit the industry. So this topic is wide, and the use cases also can be wide. It all depends as to how you think and how you apply in your environment. Namrata.
Okay. The last question from audience is, what is the key component of your digital roadmap?
Again, can I take it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry if Anil or Dattatreya wants to answer, but I would like to take it. The key component of digital roadmap is, I can say that your own homework before launching a digital roadmap. You have to study your process entirely and think of as to how you can implement the digital roadmap. Prepare the digital roadmap, start slowly, and then go in a big way. Don't go first of all in the big way that, hey, blah blah, we are doing this digitalization, announce that and all those things. No, take baby steps, go one by one, follow one process, implement that, follow the next process, implement that. So the important thing that goes into digitalization is your planning and the way you implement it. And of course, selection of the right technology partners also will help you a lot. Don't go for the sake of that. This is hi-fi platform, and then we should go in for that. No, go in only for what is relevant to your business case, and then implement it. Give the taste of digitalization. Give the taste of digitalization to your operational heads. Let them test it. Let them feel the benefits of the digitalization. Then only you are in the good books of your internal customers. If you fail in the implementation of a digital project, then people will not welcome you. People will throw you out. So don't do that mistake. Follow the right approach, follow the right methodology, go in a small way and then expand. That is the uniqueness of digitalization that should be followed. And that is what I have done it. And that is the reason I am saying this very authentically. Namrata.
Sir, I just wanted to add what Rajiv sir added. The start of any digital transformation in any company, we have to first map our current state. So what is the current state? We need to map it. We need to put that into paper. So where we are now, what are the current state? And with this current state, we have to define that this is our roadmap. This is our final thing which we want. For that, we need to identify the business cases in each verticals. We have to identify all those business cases. We have to prioritize depending on which are quick wins, which are basically, which gives quick value, quick ROI to the business. So all those steps also need to be considered for finalizing or for making the roadmap for digital journey in your organization.
Dinesh, I would like to add one more statement. I know we are running out of time, but before preparing a particular and detailed roadmap for your environment and digitalization followed by other technologies, I can suggest one thing, and that is if you people, the IT heads, can do a maturity assessment model by yourself or with the help of outside agencies, that will help you to understand at what stage of digitalization you're already there and what stage you have to reach. So if you do that assessment model, it will give you the end result saying that out of say 1 to 5, 5 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. So digital capability assessment model will help you to understand at what stage you are, whether you are at 2, whether you are at 3, 4. So if you are able to show that to your senior management, saying that this is what the assessment model talks about, and this is what where we want to go in say 2 or 3 years time, then it will help you to convince your senior management. And the most important thing, that will help you to get the projects approved from your CFOs.
Dattatreya sir, I think you have some point, quick points only, because we are running short of time. But this is the last question, I think. Namrata, am I right?
Actually, we have one more question from audience.
Okay. So over to you, Dattatreya sir, whether
I fully agree with what Rajiv ji mentioned. Absolutely the right approach. Don't copy. Start with what makes the best sense. Take baby steps. Get the management conviction, approval. It's very important. Yeah. So every aspect that Rajiv ji addressed, I would just underline that and say +1. Yeah. I fully would support that.
Namrata, I think you can quickly tell the last question so that we can wind up this discussion.
Yeah, sure. So the last question is, how are you making customers successful through digital transformation?
Anyone? Or?
I think I have already answered that question. Giving the test to your internal customers, what was their requirement, and whether you have fulfilled the requirement or you have given your internal customers a delight. They were asking for 5, you have given 7, 8, or 10. So you have surpassed your customer requirement. So once your internal customers are convinced, that is the success of your digitalization project. Anil, you wanted to say something? If I stopped you, sorry for that.
Anil sir, your mic is on mute. Anil sir, please unmute.
Yeah, from customers' point of view, the customers are interested in the product, in the quality, in the various aspects of the product, and all this the digitization will surely help them gain a lot. Like basically today, if somebody wants to buy a particular product, he is more interested in when it was manufactured, how much shelf life is left out, what is the price, what are the competitor prices. All those informations can be helpful in digitization, and it can reach the customers through the help of bot, through the help of other technologies, cloud computing and other things. It can be passed on to the customers. Yeah, thank you.
Over to you, Namrata. I think now it's a really good discussion. We taken up all aspects in regard to digital manufacturing roadmap and future. So now over to you for award function. And again, wanted to congratulate all the speakers for which who have given time and their valuable expertise and their views. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tare sir. Thank you, Anil sir. Thank you, everyone.
Before logging off, I request all the panelists to smile so that we can take your screenshots also.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You too, sir. Thank you. So, Namrata, can we leave the session or award function is next to it?
Yeah, now it's time for the awards function. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in technology, supply chain, procurement, and marketing, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Now, I would like to hand it to my CEO, Mr. Sandeep Anand, to announce the results for Top Manufacturing Solutions of India.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Namrata. It is an honor to be here and announce this. In India, we all have great solution providers, manufacturing solution providers, But most of the research has been coming from abroad by various research agencies which are doing that. So a lot of requests came from the technology leaders. Can you start a piece of research which is India specific, applicable to India, applicable to Indian skill sets, Indian environment, Indian industries? So on the basis of that request, we started working on the solution providers in various areas. So this time the team has done a research on manufacturing IT solution providers. We also took feedback from hundreds of industry leaders and also then voted by again thousands of industry leaders and technology professionals on the manufacturing IT solution providers. So in all these researches, two key parameters are coming as dominant in the decision-making process. One is the vendor vision. It is not only the vendor's vision to develop a futuristic solution, but it is also a vendor vision to have a robust foundation of purpose, strategy, innovation, financial ability, and technical capability, market responsiveness and reach. Also, usability, ability of solution to enhance user efficiency, effectiveness, and experience through its functional features. So this has been voted by hundreds of CIOs, CTOs, and I'm very proud to bring this up. Next slide, please. So so manufacturing IT solution providers of India, top manufacturing IT solution providers of India. So the leaders are Dassault Systems, Siemens, Honeywell, Rockwell Automation. The innovators are GE Digital, Oracle, SAP, Wipro. The specialists are Infosys, Ramco, PwC, EY. And the core solutions are Emerson, ITC, Infotech, L&T, Infotech. Congratulations to the people who have made, to the leaders, innovators, specialists, and core solution, rather leaders and the companies. So big congratulations to them, as this is the most prestigious People Choice Award voted by hundreds of CIOs, CTOs, and technology professionals who have given their valuable time. I thank them also. Over to Namrata. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for Digital Excellence of the Year. Auto Tires 2021 goes to Apollo Tires. I request Mr. Ravi Kiran Awaru to come and receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement.
Thanks, Namrata. I am honored to get this award today. So maybe physically would have taken this award with my hands. And
Ravi, your video is not visible.
I enabled my video just a minute. Is it okay now? We can see it.
I can see it as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm honored for this, to receive this award. Actually, a few words I want to share on this occasion. One is that my leadership in Apollo team supported a lot because we were facing a lot of issues with our e-commerce portal on the platform which we have established in the response time. So we wanted to enhance the customer experience by giving a more digitalized experience to them. So we've given a very good project to our business. As I said, we have enhanced the customer experience, and we also ensure that digital influencers are taken care. And we also ensure that product lifecycle management is taken care from the business side. And I just represented this activity project. This credit goes to my entire team, my business, and the partner who supported this. Thank you very much, all.
Congratulations, Ravi.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Ravi. Keep up the good work. I request you to smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award is for CIO of the Year, Building Materials 2021 goes to Govind Singh from Dalmia Bharat Group. Here I call Govind Singh to receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement. I think Govind, you're mute.
Yeah, I just realized. So thanks, Sandeep, for this award. Thank you very much. It was a nice session. I really thoroughly enjoyed talking to my fellow panelists in the afternoon, earlier in the evening today. Thanks a lot.
Great show, Govind. More glory to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Govind.
Thanks.
Great show. The next award is for Digital Leader of the Year. (2021) goes to Ajit Nawale from Mahindra CIE Automotive. I request Ajit to receive the award and speak few words on this.
Yes, Namrata, thanks for recognizing me.
Ajit, I think you are on mute now.
I think Ajit, you are on mute.
Can you promote Ajit to panelist, please?
Yes, sir. I think he has some internet connection from his side.
I think we'll come back to Ajit.
Yeah. Namrata, can you able to hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear.
Yeah, Namrata, thanks for recognizing me.
Ajit, your video is not on.
Yeah, can you able to see me?
Yes, Ajit, you are visible now.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for recognizing me for this prestigious award.
Congratulations, Ajit.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Congratulations, Ajit. Great show.
Thanks, Namrata.
Now, the next award for Digital Company of the Year, Auto Parts 2021 goes to JBM Group. Next slide, please. I request Mr. Ranganathan V. Iyer to receive the award and speak few words on this.
I don't think he's joined, Namrata.
I think he is not there. Moving on to the next award for Business Transformation Leader of the Year, Auto Parts 2021 goes to Sanjeev Kumar Jain from Krishna Group.
think we need to advance the slide.
Next slide, please.
Thank you, Adeline Group, for recognizing Krishna Group for this Business Transformation Leader Award for 2021. I would like to dedicate this award to my team, my management, who has really given me this opportunity to bring the business transformation on digital front into the organization. My chairman, Mr. Ashok Kapoor, has been instrumental in getting the IT move into a main platform where we can do more and more digitization into the organization, and they want to see everything coming out of the system. So this is a step towards that journey and the dream which our chairman has seen. And I think so going forward, we'll be looking for more and more things. And thank you everybody for recognizing me for this particular award. Thank you very much for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sanjeev.
Thank you.
Great work, Sanjeev.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Next award for CIO of the Year, Auto Parts 2021 goes to Vinod Khode from Veroc Group. I request Mr. Vinod to come and receive this award.
Hey, Amrita, thank you. Thanks, Sandeep, and thanks to Alden for considering me and giving me this award. A special thanks, and I would dedicate this to the management and the team of Veroc, who, as I said, I joined Veroc last year about in the May when it was at the peak of lockdown, and trying to do this, whatever we did in this 1 year, try to put a strategy, understand what is the business direction, create a roadmap, and get it prioritized so that it is backed by the business. And getting it all done in a short time of a year was a really big challenge. But so that is why I want to thank the management for believing in me, and also the team who was new and I was new to them, and believing in the direction that I was trying to set, and pulling themselves up to the challenge. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vinod. It's all your hard work. We are just enablers.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Vinod. Next award goes to Dinesh Singh from Gross Tools Engineering for Digital Leader of the Year Tools 2021. I request him to come and receive the award and share his thoughts on this achievement.
Good evening, everyone. I am honored to receive this prestigious award, and I would like to thank the Elden Group and also Gross Tools Senior Management for giving me an opportunity to deliver, and my IT team for their wonderful support. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Dinesh, I request you to smile so that we can take a screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last award for the day for Tech Leader of the Year, AI Building Materials 2021 goes to Rajesh Singh from JK Lakshmi Cement. I request him to come and receive the award.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Elden Group for this recognition. And this was a great experience because this assignment was not about implementing any technology or making a use case enabled. This was about creating a framework where many use cases can be implemented in a faster manner. So this is the journey which we have started. And thanks for this recognition. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rajesh. Great show.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rajesh.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Rajesh, you deserve a bigger smile.
Okay.
This is a very prestigious award.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. Congratulations to all the awardees out there. Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. Thank you, 150 plus top leaders and 350 plus delegates, for your time. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Newsoft Technologies. See you in our next Retail IT Innovation Web Conference and Awards, 12th August. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.